Pod Mortem would like to thank Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Original Cinematic is an independent production company that has made it their mission to create, produce, and promote films that are inclusive, honor women, promote the LGBTQIA+ community, and provide prominent positions and roles to POC actors and filmmakers, and promote the films of marginalized and underrepresented populations. These are all things that are extremely important to our podcast as well.
Original Cinematic is currently accepting scripts and treatments. Both William and Xxena Rush are available via email or Zoom to discuss writing and provide input and resources to all aspiring writers, free of charge. Their information will be made available in the show notes. There may be delays due to a hectic schedule and all projects being read on a first-come, first-served basis, but everything will be read and responded to. William Rush has individually produced numerous projects, including Pack is Here, Before, The Cottage, The Winemaker, and Day by Day. Their multi-award-winning film Group premiered and was celebrated at multiple film festivals as well as screenings, both in person and via Zoom, that were made graciously available to us and our patrons.
Original Cinematic has many exciting projects on the horizon. Their next film, Immersion, has been completed. The award-winning Sweetener is in development, Fetish begins shooting in September, and Encore will begin next spring. Their documentary Women in Conversation is slated for a September release, and we are looking forward to each and every one of them. It is truly an honor to partner with Original Cinematic, and we can't thank them enough for their contribution to our show. And now, back to our regularly scheduled program.
Salutations! Welcome to Pod Mortem. I'm Travis Hunter Sayapin, joined as always by my co-hosts, my sister and my brother-in-law.
Hi, I'm Reneé Hunter Vasquez.
Hi, I'm John Paul Vasquez.
This week we're broadcasting live from Tower Farm, discussing the 1989 slasher film, Halloween 5, The Revenge of Michael Myers. This film was directed by Dominique Othenin-Girard from a screenplay by Othenin-Girard, Michael Jacobs, and Shim Bitterman. After the financial success of its predecessor, Halloween 5, The Revenge of Michael Myers, for the most part, picks up where Halloween 4 left off, acting as the middle entry of what would later become known as the Thorn trilogy of Halloween films. While this film utilizes familiar characters and locations, as well as elements of the iconic score, this film remains a controversial entry among fans of the franchise for its creative decisions and the introduction of plot points left unexplored until its subsequent sequel. Though Halloween 5 would also receive negative reviews from critics and remains the franchise's lowest-grossing film, many horror fans enjoy and appreciate it as a nostalgic and seasonal favorite. This film was suggested to us by friends of the show, Miguel Myers ATX, Daniel Laurent, Heidi CL, and Skank Sinatra. We want to thank each and every one of them for their continued support of the show, as well as this suggestion. So, Halloween 5, The Revenge of Michael Myers. What were your first impressions on the film?
So I can't remember, and I think I have said this before, but I didn't even know there was this many Halloween movies out. I know about, of course, Resurrection and H2O, but I mean, like before that, this little pocket, I had no idea that it existed. So this was like a first-time watch. I'm not a big Michael Myers fan. I do respect and appreciate, the Halloween franchise. But I even know something doesn't feel right. Like this doesn't really feel like a Halloween movie all the way through. I don't know what it is. It's really weird. And Mike might not be my favorite slasher, but he's got the respect and he's there. But here, I don't know. Is this Michael Myers in this movie? Like, is that what's happening? Or, but it was. There are some funny moments. There are some okay times. I honestly don't know what's happening. A lot of the time, I'm just kind of scratching my head or I'm confused. I don't want to say it was a hard one to judge because I did not. I'll be honest. I didn't have a very good time. But it again, there was some parts here and there I was like, okay, whatever. But there is a lot of what the fuck is this?
I don't know if I've ever seen this before. I kind of feel like I haven't.
Mm-hmm.
Yikes.
Yeah.
I am not here to yuck anybody's yum. If you love this movie, I love that for you. For me personally, pee.
Wow. Really?
I didn't enjoy it. And I will say it's not just for like superficial, like, oh, I didn't really have a good time or whatever. We were reviewing our scores for 4. I rated it the highest because there are 2 components that I really liked. We were talking off mic earlier. 4 was not stellar. Okay. We can all admit that, I think. But there were 2 components of it that I really enjoyed. And this film completely undermines, erases, kills, for lack of a better term, both of those aspects.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm betrayed. And then on top of it, I don't understand what story we are telling here.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't know what's missing. I know, again, I'm not the biggest fan, but it still something doesn't feel right.
It doesn't feel to me like a Halloween movie. There's a kind of a stretch where I'm like, this belongs in a Friday the 13th.
Okay.
It feels weird even being in this franchise to me. I don't know. I'm wondering if this is a case of too many cooks in the kitchen or if there was studio meddling. I don't know anything about how this came to be. I'm ready to learn how it came to be because I don't know what happened here. It's such a hard turn from the story that we were given in 4, which again, although the entire film wasn't amazing, that ending really, really did it for me. It made up for it.
Yeah.
The ending of 2, leave it.
Yeah.
But you didn't.
No.
The ending of 4, leave it. But you didn't. And I was willing to forgive you for 4. I can't on this. Like, I just truly was so confused for a lot of it. And this film is like an hour and a half, and it felt to me like 3 hours. Dr. Loomis shows up. He clocks in like he always does.
Yes.
Young Danielle Harris is acting her fucking ass off.
Yeah.
It's not like anybody's bad. It was so strange to me, and not even like strange in a fun way. Like, I don't know what the hell you're doing. I don't get it. And you've not explained it.
I couldn't agree more. As far as the production and the writing is concerned, I will fill in a few of the blanks in just
Thank
a little
God.
bit.
Okay.
I would have preferred that they had filled in some of the blanks, but it's fine. I think I've only seen this film the once before we decided to cover it for the show.
Okay.
And I returned to this just feeling of disappointment.
Mm-hmm.
And it's mostly, as you said, Nate, because of how good the ending to Halloween 4 is.
Yeah.
And you're like, well, if we're continuing this, I at least have an idea of where I think this is going to go. And that's a very interesting place.
Right.
And they really don't.
It's a psych.
Yeah, which is so confusing to me.
Yeah.
Because if this is the film that kind of, you brought Michael back after Halloween 3 and the reception that it got from the fans, you would think, okay, well, let's see this through. If you enjoyed the story of this,
Yeah.
let's continue that. And they do continue it, but they decide to kind of retcon a lot of it too.
Yes.
Which just doesn't really work, especially if you were that invested in what happened in Halloween 4.
Yeah, I think, like I said, it's just that we did enjoy that last bit, and it feels like maybe it is that, like you're saying, the cook thing. There's too many cooks there.
Yeah.
Because it feels like we're getting little things here and there, and I'm not fully understanding why.
I'll explain a little bit. It'll become pretty clear.
Okay.
But I think that it's kind of, as you said, where if they had chosen to end at least this tale of the franchise with Halloween 4, that would have been a satisfactory ending.
Yeah.
And then maybe we'll retool and come back with something else in a few years.
Mm-hmm.
But literally, and this is no hyperbole, Halloween 5 was released less than a year after Halloween 4.
Oh, wow.
I believe it.
Yeah.
And so it's kind of like, and you see it's maybe more a matter of capitalizing
Yeah.
than it is a matter of let's tell this story in an interesting way or a way that it should be told.
Mm-hmm.
there's a man who shows up. we don't really get closure on here.
No.
At least not in this film.
Yeah.
No.
And it's really a really fucked up thing to do as a writer, and we'll get to that in a second too. Like, I really can't believe that they were okay with doing this, but they did it. And this inclusion in the film is something that does lead to something in the future.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know Halloween 6 very well, but I do know that it is something that is a pretty prevalent thing and a very important thing in that film.
Yeah.
Not in this one.
No.
But there are, like you said, there are positive aspects of it.
Yeah.
There are some shots that are lit really well.
Uh-huh.
And interestingly.
Yeah.
There are moments with Danielle Harris where you're just like, this kid is a fucking star.
Yeah.
I think it's that. It's usually when she's there, I'm like, okay, what's happening?
Yeah.
And then we go do something else, and it's like, oh, I don't give a shit anymore.
Except when Loomis, because we all.
Well, yeah.
But then other aspects of it, you're like, I don't care about these characters.
Yeah.
I don't know why we are taking it this route, and maybe it is trying to fit in a little bit more with its slasher contemporaries in some of the scenes that we're just like, this does not feel like Halloween.
It doesn't.
And I do know that there were elements of this in Carpenter's Halloween, but I don't know. There's just something about the way that he presented these things that it just seemed more, I don't know, organic. It seemed more proper as far as just from a storytelling standpoint.
Yeah.
It's striking me as very odd that the origin of this franchise is what other franchises copied.
Mm-hmm.
And this one feels like it's kind of leaning into what the copiers established after copying where this came from. Like,
Yeah.
Yeah.
is that like snake eating its tail situation? Like, what the hell is that?
It's not good.
Be yourself. Just be yourself.
Yeah. And honestly, whenever we had talked about, because there's a scene in Halloween 4 where Michael reaches into a car and pulls a man's face off.
Yeah.
And we were like, this isn't right. You're trying to fit in. You were the cool kid already.
Yeah, they were copying you.
Yeah, you can just continue being you.
Right.
But you're like, that's not, you know? And there are some moments here that really are, and it is just like this utilizing environments like a Jason Voorhees would.
Right.
You know, Michael has his own methods, but I don't know. And there are some moments that literally, if you think about them for maybe 4 seconds, it's world breaking.
Yeah.
Because you're like, there's no fucking way.
Yeah.
But you just got to let it go. You're like, just calm down and enjoy
No,
the movie.
You do.
Yeah.
For real.
And I will say, did I enjoy this film? No.
Yeah.
Do I understand why a lot of people do and would?
Yeah.
For
Yes.
sure. Yeah.
Of course. And of course, if this was a film that you watched at a certain age,
Oh, yeah.
It really makes all the difference.
yeah, because I can see this very easily being a nostalgic favorite, one that you return to every Halloween season. Maybe the Thorn trilogy is your favorite part of the franchise.
Right.
So I totally get that. For me, and it seems like everyone else at the table, it just didn't work.
No.
But I do want to talk a little bit about the production of this film.
Okay.
I got a lot of this information from a making of featurette called Dead Man's Party, also from the commentary track, an article in Dread Central, and an interview in HalloweenMovies.com.
Very nice.
So as I mentioned a little bit in the introduction, as is standard with a lot of horror sequels, the story of Halloween 5 begins with the financial success of Halloween 4.
Mm-hmm.
It made over 3 times its budget, which was a return to form as far as the franchise was concerned, because we all know and we discussed about Halloween 3,
Yeah.
which we all loved.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But it wasn't exactly the direction the franchise wanted to go, and so to a lot of the people involved in the franchise, this felt like a righting of the ship.
Okay.
And so, according to Malik Akkad, the son of late Halloween producer Mustafa Akkad, they rushed production of Halloween 5 in order to catch, and I quote, lightning in a bottle like they did with 4.
Sounds about right.
Yeah.
But heading into production, they lacked the creative team behind Halloween 4 because Alan B. McElroy, the screenwriter, and the director, Dwight H. Little, declined to return to work on other projects. I did see in a featurette, it was a decision that McElroy later regretted after seeing Halloween 5
Yeah.
because he said that they should have been there to see their story through.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But when it comes to the writing of Halloween 5, I did have a couple of conflicting stories, and so I will tell you both of them.
Okay.
So according to the first story, there was a draft for Halloween 5 written by screenwriter Shim Bitterman, following much more in line with what we would expect after the ending of Halloween 4.
Okay.
This was meant to be directed by Jeff Burr, who had just directed a film called From a Whisper to a Scream in 1987. He would also go on to direct, I think, a couple of Puppet Master films and Texas Chainsaw 3.
Okay.
Oh.
But after Deborah Hill met Dominique Othenin-Girard at Sundance Film Festival, she talked to him. I think she saw the film that he brought there and recommended him to Mustafa Akkad.
Okay.
Interestingly, Othenin-Girard, he made a film in 1985. I think it was called After Darkness.
Okay.
And it was nominated for the Golden Bear at the Berlin Film Festival, which is basically like the equivalent of the Palme d'Or for that film festival.
Damn.
Oh, shit.
So he was a highly sought-after international director, at least one of some notoriety.
Yeah.
But he would go on to have a meeting with Akkad where he, and this is according to him again, after reading Bitterman's script, he, in front of Mustafa Akkad, threw it in the garbage.
Oh, wow.
And he admonished the script for its mix of genre conventions, and he suggested that they go back to basics of Carpenter and Hill's 1978 Halloween and rely more on suspense.
Okay, I'll wait.
Yeah, because I get a little confused there too.
Let me go on and shut the hell up.
Because there's some elements that don't quite jive. But Othenin-Girard brought in writer Robert Harders, and they pitched an idea to Akkad, and their idea in this pitch was apparently interrupted after 20 minutes, and Akkad basically was saying that he needed time to think about it and he would get back to them. So after about 2 hours, Othenin-Girard's agent gets a call, and basically they've got the gig.
Okay.
But the thing is that Harder's idea, according to that article in Dread Central, whenever he pitched it, it was kind of like almost a take on Frankenstein. It was kind of involving this discovery that Michael Myers wasn't in fact evil at all.
Huh.
And it was leaning very heavily into this kind of town versus monster kind of dynamic. And so you do, even though a lot of people are saying that his draft didn't end up in this film at all,
Yeah.
you do kind of see some elements of it in some references to at least Bride of Frankenstein.
Okay.
But Harders was offered a chance to rewrite Bitterman's script instead of using this Frankenstein kind of idea.
All right.
And because of this, he declined.
Mm-hmm.
And so Othenin-Girard returned the next day to Mustafa Akkad with a writer named Michael Jacobs, and they would write the script together. And according to Othenin-Girard, no elements from Bitterman's script or Harder's script end up in their script at all. But Bitterman still gets a screenwriting credit.
Yeah.
So that's one story. The second story, according to producer Rick Nathanson, is that they had a partially written script heading into production. He wouldn't say who wrote it. But during production, Othenin-Girard and Michael Jacobs were rewriting the script as they were making the film, trying to bridge their ideas with the idea of this unnamed screenwriter.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And they weren't able to accomplish it, and the producers brought in Shim Bitterman to bridge all of the gaps, and that's how he gets his screenwriting credit. So I don't know which one's true.
I think the second one makes more sense,
Yeah.
but I mean, who the hell knows?
I mean, yeah, because to me, it makes no sense. And there's a lot of things online talking about a script called Halloween 5, The Killer Inside Me by Shim Bitterman. And this is the script that allegedly Othenin-Girard threw in the trash. So either he was there at the very beginning before the director was even brought on,
Right.
Yeah.
or he was there at the end to fix what the director and the new screenwriter couldn't accomplish. So it's two completely different stories.
Yeah.
Right. So that original one was Bitterman, not Tobias Funke?
The title is a little... It's very similar. I think it's maybe a sequel.
Okay. Because Tobias needs his credit, if so.
He
Oh,
should.
yeah.
Okay.
I thought you were going to make a Simpsons joke because that was the name of the dean on that fake college film
Yes.
that Homer
I
was
did.
watching. Dean Bitterman or whatever.
Yes.
But what is true, of course, is that through production, a lot of ideas were changed kind of on the fly. And I think that we can kind of see and feel that as the film goes on.
Mm-hmm.
And according to that making of, the director and Mustafa Akkad kind of butted heads a lot on creative decisions. And we'll kind of elaborate on a few of these disagreements. Some small, one changes the entire opening of the film.
Oh.
But through it all, the film, at least to our opinion, I would say, comes off as quite confused,
Yeah.
a little disjointed and disconnected from the things that we loved about Halloween 4, things that we love about the Halloween franchise as a whole.
Yeah.
And you can see why it is such a controversial entry because of how... And I think that's what kind of confused me about Othenin-Girard, him saying, bring it back to suspense, you don't need to mix genres. There is so much supernatural shit
Yes.
that you put into this that eventually gets carried on into 6 that grows even larger.
Yeah.
So I don't know what that's about. But I can see why it got such a mixed reception
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
from fans, from critics, the box office. I will say, and this was kind of a shock to me, but I did read that Mustafa Akkad put the franchise on hold after the reception of Halloween 5. Halloween 6, keep in mind, Halloween 5 came out in 1989.
Great year.
It was all right. Halloween 6 did not come out until 1995.
God
Wow.
damn.
And so they were like, there's a lot of work to
Yeah.
figure out.
the lightning has missed the bottle.
They were very
I got
afraid.
shocked.
Yeah.
Now, before we stalk this film in the night, we would like to issue a warning for spoilers. Pod Mortem is a very in-depth podcast, and in thoroughly discussing horror films, we have no choice but to spoil a thing or two. If you don't wish to be spoiled, please go watch the film, then come back and enjoy the show. If you've already seen the film or don't care about spoilers, let's return to Haddonfield. Now, this film relies heavily on having already seen Halloween 1978, Halloween 2 1981, and Halloween 4, The Return of Michael Myers. If you haven't, we suggest you go watch them or go listen to episodes 31, 73, and 187 of our show as a refresher. So the film begins with the opening credits, orange text against a black background, accompanied by low and foreboding notes in the score. With a flourish, we get the title in a smoldering haze like the glowing guts of a pumpkin, Halloween 5. So this is where I was a little confused already. Despite appearing on like all the marketing and everything that you've ever heard about this film, it's not subtitled on the film
Yeah.
as The Revenge of Michael Myers. And I don't know why, but it's just not.
What I will say is in 4, he did return.
Yeah.
I don't
They were probably like, doesn't really happen.
I don't know how accurate the subtitle is.
But the credits continue, interspersed with quick and jarring flashes of the flesh of a pumpkin, a sharp kitchen knife dragged across it, and as light gleams from the sharp edge of the blade, we watch as it repeatedly slashes through the air. After a few more cutaways, the knife is finally plunged into the pumpkin, a spray of pulp and seeds exploding from the fresh wound. The knife then roughly digs a cavity into the pumpkin's center, the music rising dramatically as someone goes overboard on the gourd.
That's excellent.
Thank you. But the pumpkin is carved coarsely, and the atmospheric rumble of music gives way to John Carpenter's iconic Halloween theme as sirens wail in the distance, and the camera climbs a wall of orange guts to center on the lit and menacing face of a jack-o'-lantern. So I just want to talk about the music for just a moment. The composer for this film was Alan Howarth, who we recognize this name because he's worked with John Carpenter quite a lot.
Yeah.
And he provided the score for Halloween 2. He, I think, helped with the score for Halloween 3. He did the score for Halloween 4.
Okay.
Like a ton of the Carpenter filmography.
Yeah.
And Carpenter-related filmography.
Yeah. I didn't really get the scent in this one, but
So, and that was the thing that confused me too. Like, Apparently, the director told Howarth that he wants to return to the piano-driven score of the original Halloween.
Mm-hmm.
But I felt like there was a lot of other elements to this.
Yeah.
It wasn't just that piano in the score that,
Yeah.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's a decent score.
Yeah.
I think that it's interesting. He had said that he's the one that added these sounds of the pumpkin carving to the theme, actually.
Mm-hmm.
And he used them as a percussive element. So that's not the sound design.
Oh,
Okay.
that's cool.
Yeah.
But he is mostly known for synth.
Yeah. Yeah.
And we do get a little bit here and there. Like there's some like little stabs of the Halloween theme
Yeah,
later.
yeah.
And you're like, but do your thing. That's really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I do want to say the quality of the shot of this pumpkin kind of doesn't look good.
Yeah.
And we only linger on it for like not even a second.
Right.
So we don't even really get to live with what the point of this opening was.
Right.
That's true. I will say, because I went into it with a completely open mind, I appreciated that we are factoring in a pumpkin,
Yeah.
a jack-o'-lantern into the opening, albeit in a different way.
Yeah.
And it is ripped away from us very quickly. But I did appreciate that, the
Yeah.
tradition of it.
Yeah. Because Halloween 4, it was the autumn on that farm.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right.
And that was pretty cool too.
Yeah.
But it is cool to have a return to the pumpkin. It's just very odd the way that it's done.
It's like,
Yeah.
here, don't fucking ask for it again.
Well, it needed to be there.
Yeah.
Just for a second.
But we immediately cut to a barrage of police cars speeding down a country road on Halloween night in Haddonfield, Illinois. With their red and blue lights flashing, we realize that we're picking up very close to the end of the 1988 slasher film, Halloween 4, The Return of Michael Myers.
I was pretty excited, actually, because I thought we were getting like a 1-2 punch of like Halloween 1 and Halloween 2.
Yes.
Yeah.
Imagine my disappointment as we continue forward.
But we find Rachel Carruthers, played by Ellie Cornell, behind the wheel of a truck, its headlights piercing the evening, as Michael Myers, played by George P. Wilbur in this archive footage, clings to the roof of the vehicle, reaching his hand into Rachel's opened window and grasping at her clothes as she tears away from him. Rachel screams as she slams her foot on the brakes, sending Michael tumbling over the hood, rolling over on the asphalt with a knife clutched in his hand. Rachel watches as he reaches his feet again, standing in the beam of the truck's headlights. She seethes, "Die, you son of a bitch!" as Michael stands stoically, his soulless eyes staring directly at her through his pale white mask. Jamie Lloyd, played by Danielle Harris, sits fearful in the passenger seat of the truck in her clown costume, as Rachel shifts gears, driving straight for Michael and colliding with him, sending him flying into a ditch, crashing through wooden planks and landing in a heap on his spine.
That was still funny.
Yeah, it was. the contact, the moment she hits him, it's like, it's a dummy.
Yeah. Oh, no.
And it's really funny looking.
I was like, was that the right Michael?
But as Rachel parks the truck, she urges Jamie to stay inside of it. We immediately cut to Jamie outside of the truck, kneeling next to the body of Michael Myers as his grip weakens on the knife in his hand. I will say we are seeing a lot of elements from the end of Halloween 4.
Right.
Of course, they're expediting it and they're like truncating it, but little things like that are really funny because if you edit it like that, it's like she just immediately
Yeah.
disobeyed. And I feel like that's the other thing, just like these little cuts, like Jamie was in the truck with Rachel that whole time, but we don't see her until she's just about to hit Michael.
Yeah.
It's like the editing choices are
Yeah.
strange. Like, especially for the film being about Jamie, shouldn't we see her before we see Rachel?
Yeah.
Like, it's just odd choices. But the police arrive on the scene, just as Jamie reaches for Michael's other hand, which rests on his dingy coverall-covered stomach. Sheriff Ben Meeker, played by Bo Starr, exits his vehicle and racks his shotgun, flanked by several armed deputies and Haddonfield citizenry. Meeker and Rachel shout for Jamie to get away from Michael, and as Jamie turns her attention to them, slowly stepping away from the body, Michael clutches the knife again, rising to his feet. Meeker warns for Jamie to get down, and she runs to safety right into the arms of a bloodied Dr. Samuel Loomis, played by Donald Pleasance. The sheriff, his men, and the other gathered townsfolk unload on Michael, blasting him with everything they have and sending him crashing through a wooden barrier and down into a mine shaft.
I'm going to be honest, I forgot that he brought the clever girl to fucking... I was like, damn, I was like, Mike's getting fucked up. I forgot that it went down like that.
Oh, yeah. And for some reason, I feel like I remember it being even worse in 4.
Yeah.
Because I think they really wanted Michael to be dead.
Yeah.
And we got to pretend it wasn't so bad.
Yeah.
But it was still like a human shouldn't be able to...
No.
But he's not a man or whatever.
Whatever he said.
But as the deputies stand around in seeming confusion, we watch down below as Michael crawls through mud and rock and into an adjacent tunnel. The deputies gather around the hole in the ground, lighting sticks of dynamite and tossing them inside. So we'll make the firepower a little less.
Yeah.
But we will add dynamite. These are our changes.
Yeah.
Watching this, I'm like, there are a surprising amount of explosions in this franchise.
Yeah.
That's fair.
Right?
I think as well, I don't think this is part of a kit for most sheriff's departments to just have dynamite. I don't know. But it seems like...
I've never heard that call. Drop a dynamite.
Yeah. It's like, oh, okay.
But Rachel clutches her ears as the dynamite explodes, fire and debris bursting through the surrounding trees. But Michael crawls to safety through the tunnel, out of the rocks surrounding the mine, which are covered in smoldering flames. As the Halloween theme plays, Michael reaches a river, sinking into it and floating downstream on his back as the current carries him away. It's very funny to see.
Yeah.
What the hell? Are you fucking for real? I was laughing.
Yeah, there is something very funny thinking about Michael Myers.
Yes.
Yeah.
Himself running scared, floating down the river.
He's retreating.
Yeah.
And the emotionless face kind of sells it even more, too. And he's just like, I'm here.
He's just being carried away.
I'll float away.
He's the fugitive now.
I didn't kill all those people.
I don't care.
But after passing under a bridge, Michael grabs hold of an old fishing net, dragging himself to his feet from the rushing water. He holds himself up on the supports of the bridge, staring at a clapboard shack that rests at the end of it. Inside, we find the Mountain Man, played by Harper Roisman, who stands at a makeshift stove in his cluttered home, taking a taste of stew from a simmering pot by candlelight. But when Tookie, his pet parrot, begins chattering, the Mountain Man silences him.
Tookie's like, we got to get the fuck out of here.
Tookie senses that evil.
Yeah.
Yes.
But Michael approaches from outside, small stabs of piano chords tracing his every step as he walks past the animal skeletons that decorate the outside of the shack. After a loud crunching noise startles Tookie, the Mountain Man takes it upon himself to step outside to investigate.
I want to point out as well that I was very scared for Tookie because we don't have a great track record with birds.
Yeah.
No, not this show.
No.
But the camera follows him, peering around in the dark for a moment. But when he doesn't see anything, he heads back inside, assuring his parrot that there isn't anything out there. But after he closes the front door and locks it, he turns around, coming face to face with Michael Myers, who seizes him by the throat, only to immediately collapse from his wounds and exhaustion. The Mountain Man stands there in momentary confusion before kneeling down to check on Michael, touching his skin only to draw back a hand covered in blood. We fade to black. We soon get on-screen text that reads, Halloween Eve, 1 year later. So this feels like a bit of an homage to Bride of Frankenstein.
Yeah.
Him going into this shack in the forest, basically.
Right.
A mountain man or a hermit.
For sure.
So I thought that was interesting. And it's like you're saying you didn't use any of Bitterman's screenplay, but you didn't use any of Harder's screenplay either when it was like full of Frankenstein.
Yeah.
I will say, though, this did not make me weep. In the way
No.
that it did.
No, that was beautiful. This is confusing.
Yes.
But when we fade back in, rain hammers down outside of the children's clinic in Haddonfield, Illinois, thunder clattering and lightning flashing. I will say we do get the subtitle that says Children's Clinic, Haddonfield, Illinois.
Mm-hmm.
Later in the film, they refer to this clinic by a different name.
Okay.
So I don't know. There were like 3 choices that they could have made, and they picked the weirdest one. You can either show the sign outside to show where we are.
Yeah.
And you can have it maybe match what the characters say later.
Yeah.
Or you can show this subtitle with the correct name of the building.
Yeah.
And then take us inside. But to show us the wrong name and then say the wrong, like, it's just indicative.
It's on brand.
Yeah.
And I know it's something small, very small, but it's just one of those things that it's like just adding up.
Yeah.
But we travel inside the building, gliding through the halls and into an adjacent room where Jamie lies in bed, electrodes wired to a cap on her head and hooked up to a large machine at her bedside with brightly lit buttons. The machine rapidly prints brain scans on a length of paper as Jamie's voice echoes in her mind as she shouts, "No!" We suddenly are taken into Jamie's memory, pressing in through the upstairs hallway of the Carruthers' home to find her standing there in her Halloween costume 1 year ago tomorrow. In a POV shot, Jamie pulls the clown mask over her face, and we spy the hall through the eye holes, the pensive piano score from the original film accompanying her every step as her foster mother, Darlene Carruthers, played by Karen Alston, calls her from the bathroom, telling her that her bath is ready. Through Jamie's eyes, we spy Darlene, who stands at the side of the bath, looking over to us. But suddenly, Darlene screams, and we watch as Jamie brings down a pair of scissors, repeatedly stabbing Darlene in the chest until she tumbles bloody into the bathwater. Jamie wakes up from this nightmarish memory, screaming madly, her terror escaping her in small screeches, only to be silenced completely as she continues, her face full of fear.
That is how I scream in my dreams.
Yes.
So this was very upsetting to watch.
Yeah.
Nurse Patsy, played by Betty Carvalho, rushes to Jamie's aid, removing the electrodes from her head and holding her by the cheeks as Jamie continues to scream silently. Patsy urges Jamie to look at her, attempting to calm her down, and asking if Jamie wants her to call her mom.
What?
Yeah.
Jamie just collapses onto Patsy's chest as she embraces her. For the story that I wanted them to tell, it's very important that Darlene Carruthers isn't with us anymore.
Yeah.
So it's very, very strange for them to, at the very, very beginning of the film, to be like, that thing, that big, like, punch in the gut that you ended the film with last time.
Yeah.
It's fine.
Just kidding.
Everything's fine.
It's at this point that I'm already side-eyeing.
Mm-hmm.
Because again, major component of why 4 was successful for me was that ending.
Right.
I would say the main component.
I think I was just confused. Not like, because I haven't watched Halloween 4 since we covered it.
Okay.
So I was confused because I was like, what? That didn't happen though. I was like, so I don't know. I was like, wait, maybe it'll explain something.
One would hope.
Yeah.
But they're like 2 things. 1, Michael wasn't shot that bad.
Yeah.
And 2,
She's
Jamie,
like,
she's good.
she didn't actually
She
do
didn't
that.
Yeah.
She's just a girl. But I'm annoyed here, and then in the next scene, I'm like, okay. My note was, this may be bad, I fear.
But the camera dips down to Jamie's hand as she clutches her blanket, and in a quick cut, we see the dingy hand of Michael Myers under the cuff of his blue overalls, matching her movements, while lying on what appears to be a slab of stone. He turns his hand over to reveal his wrist, and on it, we see what looks like a rune tattooed in black, the letter Thorn of the Elder Futhark alphabet.
What was that? What the hell was that?
Yeah.
Michael clenches his fist. I look, this is, again, I will try to explain as best I can as we continue.
Right.
I think that there were so many ideas that just, for whatever reason, depending on whichever draft they were going with, some elements stayed.
Right.
I will tell you in just a minute what this opening was going to be originally.
Okay.
Oh.
That they actually filmed.
Yeah.
And once you know, you can see both cuts of the film interspersed in this.
Oh my God.
Yeah, because I don't remember ever seeing him have that there.
No.
And we seen the wrench in his hand when he broke the window. I mean,
Maybe the wrench was covering it.
oh, maybe.
But when we return to Jamie, she rests against Patsy, her face stoic as she stares at her hand. But when Jamie begins to breathe rapidly, Patsy rushes off to call the doctor. But we cut to Michael, who rests on that slab in the mountain man's shack, Tookie overlooking him from a high perch as the mountain man tends to some housework. Michael rises maskless in the background, finding his mask hanging on one of the walls of the shack. As lightning flashes outside of Jamie's hospital window, she reaches for a chalkboard underneath her pillow. She breathes shakily as her hand scribbles, "He's coming for me." But Michael raises his hand to clinch the face of his mask, retrieving it, and as he puts it on, Jamie mimics his movements in her hospital bed. Michael, donning his pale white mask once again, turns to face the mountain man, who now sits at a makeshift desk. Without warning or hesitation, Michael seizes him by the face and begins to strike him repeatedly with an object that we cannot see for some reason. But as the mountain man is murdered, after apparently nursing Michael back to health for 364 days.
Yes.
We watch as Jamie collapses onto her bed, writhing and seizing breathlessly.
When they had the card talking about the time jump, my note was, if this man has been nursing him back to health for the past year, I'm going to be really mad. So I don't know if it's implied that he just like hibernated. Or if he's just been laying there and being taken care of. What the hell is going on in the shack?
Yeah, there's a lot of other questions, I think, too, because Michael does appear to be in the form of a person. So, I mean, I know he's hibernating or, waiting to wake up and then come out because he's hungry or whatever. But
for dogs.
Yeah. But does he got to go to the bathroom ever? Does he is he sweating? Does he stink? Are you having to give him a sponge bath?
It's very confusing. And his mask was off.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what's happening here.
So let me explain to you what the original beginning was.
Okay.
So what they had filmed first and was in the screenplay was Michael encounters not this old hermit living in the woods, but another person living in the woods, a much younger man who goes by the name of Dr. Death. Now, Dr. Death is heavy into witchcraft.
Right.
And we see his shack in the wider shots where it's much more filled with things.
Oh, like the bones.
Exactly. And then in the tight shots where we see the older hermit is all reshoots.
Yeah.
And so basically what I surmised is either Michael was dead and brought back to life with the witchcraft of Dr. Death.
Okay.
On Halloween night.
Right.
Or at least Halloween Eve.
Yeah.
And then Michael returns and he kills Dr. Death. Or he went to the shack very weakly and Dr. Death basically with witchcraft brought him back to regular.
Right.
Okay.
Either way, it wasn't this old man.
Yeah.
And so what happened is when he's brought back and he kills Dr. Death, he raises him up, he breaks his back, and then he has this large stone that he smashes and kills him with. And so for some reason, we see shots of Michael bringing down a large stone on this elder hermit, which doesn't really work or make sense.
Okay.
But part of the witchcraft ritual was Dr. Death giving him this tattoo on his wrist.
Right.
This rune symbol.
Okay.
And so they kept 50% of it.
That's the thing. Do it or don't.
Yeah,
you
no.
can't You can't have both.
Yeah, and hold on though. So did he like die when he was floating down river, and then he caught him, or he walked over there and was like, "Help me," and then died?
Well, he
and
tried
then...
to strangle him.
Yeah. Oh no.
Straight.
You mean the Dr. Death?
Yeah.
I honestly I can't remember because I only saw bits and pieces of it.
Okay.
But it's either he was discovered and taken back, or it's probably the same as what was reshot.
Okay.
Just differently in the way that it goes. But you see in the version that we get in the film, Michael waking up on a slab of stone,
Yeah.
which is part of this witchcraft ritual.
Yeah.
Okay.
But then it's this smaller shack to kill the elder man.
Right.
And then it's the larger shack when he's bringing the stone down.
Yeah.
And then it's the larger shack whenever he turns his wrist, but then it's the smaller. Like it's so, and I don't mean to be mean, but it's so fucking poorly done.
Yeah,
It
it's
is.
incredibly disjointed.
And it's kind of hard to believe that Michael would kill this old man after he breastfed him back to health. I mean, it's not.
I just don't understand.
Yeah.
I just don't understand. But I feel, and then in the other screenplay that Harder's pitched, it was more literally like Frankenstein. It was electricity.
Yeah.
And so I don't understand. I don't understand.
I don't think they did either.
No. But the reason they changed it is because Mustafa Akkad wanted more sympathy for the first person that we see Michael kill at the beginning of the film. And so they said instead of it being this younger man who's doing witchcraft, maybe it should be an older man who helped him. And so they did reshoots, and it was actually the reshoots were directed by a producer because the director of the film was working on other scenes.
Okay.
And so even the lighting is different depending on which shot we see.
Yeah.
It's just completely disjointed.
Yeah.
But I almost feel like it would give he didn't fully understand what he was doing. He brought Michael back to life. He got fucked off, and then now here's this dude loose again.
I think that if we're not going to really spend any time with the elder man,
That.
does it really matter what we think of him?
No.
I just don't think so. I think maybe there should have been a scene maybe close to Bride of Frankenstein
Yeah.
to give us a little bit more sympathy for this old man if we want sympathy for this old man.
Yeah.
But it makes no sense, and it's unsuccessful for me.
No, me too.
But the switch to the old man as well creates a mystery for the tattoo on Michael's wrist.
Yeah.
Yeah, it makes no sense.
And they do try to solve this mystery with another element that we'll see in just a little bit.
Yeah, because that makes total sense.
Yeah.
And I should also point out, since we're now finished with the archive footage from Halloween 4,
Mm-hmm.
Michael Myers is portrayed by Don Shanks going forward.
I wanted to talk about him a little bit because he was featured in that making of.
Mm-hmm.
But he said that because he's a stuntman,
Mm-hmm.
he was friends with the stunt coordinator for this film. And so when he called him, he thought he was coming on to do stunts. But then the stunt coordinator said that the director wanted to meet with him. And he thought that was really strange. Why is the director meeting with me for stunt work?
Yeah.
And they were like, no, for you to play Michael Myers. And he was like, what? Like, he had no idea. So he said he meets with the director, and the director tells him, like, on the spot, move like wood through water was his direction.
Interesting.
Huh.
So he said he gave it his best shot, and he was given the part immediately. Then in that featurette, we immediately cut to George Wilbur talking about how disappointed he was that he was not brought back to play Michael Myers.
Oh, wow.
That Mustafa Akkad wanted him, but the director was like, no.
No offense to George Wilbur, but I did not like his Michael Myers. The shoulder pads.
It was a choice.
It was a lot. It was a
Yeah.
lot.
Even the movement, and he was the one climbing the roof. If
He
you
was,
recall,
when he was like,
yeah. That's right.
you couldn't have taken that out.
hoisting himself.
Yeah, like we don't need to see Michael climb.
Did
We don't
he
need to
just say,
see.
oh, fuck?
Like I was not a fan. I liked the other Michael Myers from Halloween 4, Tom Morga,
Yeah.
Yeah.
who I think we learned got fired during production.
Yeah.
But he had Michael's movements down.
Yeah.
Yeah. But George Wilbur said that he is still technically in this because of the opening.
He is.
So he counts it.
Yeah.
But Don Shanks said that he was specifically told not to study any of the movements in any other films.
That's strange to me.
Yeah.
Because there is one moment towards the end of the film where it is exactly from the first film.
Yeah, he said that the director told him he wanted a very specific movement to this Michael Myers that he was not going to get studying any other film. So I thought that was interesting.
Yeah.
Same character, but...
Yeah, but whatever.
Yeah, but even if that, wouldn't you be like, watch it and don't do that?
Anything. Yeah, he was
I
like,
mean,
no, don't watch it. Don't study it.
We're just going to freestyle it.
Exactly. Yeah. I did want to share something that I saw on there about this mask as well.
Oh.
Because while I think we agree it's not as bad as 4, it is not good.
No.
Yeah.
But Don Shanks said that Greg Nicotero designed the mask after his own face.
Really?
That's what he said.
Huh.
And that when he tried it on, it didn't fit right because his head and face, I guess, are bigger than Greg Nicotero's.
Yeah.
And so it didn't look right. And we were talking off mic and laughing about how it's not even tucked in.
He doesn't even bother.
No.
Aren't you going to tuck in your mask, Dandy Don?
No.
Can't
No.
breathe. Yeah.
I don't understand what it is with a lot of the sequels. Just absolute, and again, I don't want to sound rude, but absolute failure in capturing the look of this mask.
Yeah, I know we talked a little bit earlier and you showed us a picture that had all the masks on them.
Yeah.
Some of them, I'm questioning.
No.
What?
Like Shatner was the basis, of course, for
Yeah.
the first 2 at least, and then
Yeah.
we got the cool ass masks in 3.
Mm-hmm.
4, I think, was some kind of worm or something. I don't know what that was. That's the worst. That's
No,
the worst.
It's weird.
Yeah.
And then he was blonde. for part of it.
Yeah. Get highlights or something.
Just no attention to anything. It's just so weird.
Yeah.
It's hilarious. And Don Shanks said that they had nylon over the eye holes, so it was difficult to even see.
Oh, wow.
And Danielle Harris was like, I was a kid. She goes, and even when I saw the mask, I was like, oh, well, that's different. She said that she like rationalized it as everything that he's been through. He's been so beat up. Yeah, of course the mask would look different. But she said that in person, it just seemed so different than 4.
And
but
it
like
is.
they're both, I don't know. They are both pretty funny to me.
Yeah.
I will say that is one thing that is cool to me, and at least a little bit of an attempt, is giving the darkness in the eyes of the mask.
Yeah.
In later sequels, they just have his eyes.
It's too much skin.
Yeah.
Like H2O, it's his whole face.
Yeah, you know what, you bringing that up, I will say that I did notice that. Sometimes there is nothing there,
Yeah.
but a lot of the times it's like, I can just poke you in the eye.
It's
like I can
That's
see.
just some
yeah.
guy.
But I think the darkness of the eyes first, of course, lending to Loomis's monologue.
Right.
But the way that it looks, it does look more terrifying
Yeah.
when you can't even see the eyes of this character.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, I don't know. I just, I'm glad, and that is one thing I will say about Rob Zombie and David Gordon Green. They really made an effort with the mask.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I think that they both did a really, really good job.
Yeah.
But these... I don't know what the hell, dude. But through the clatter of thunder and lightning at the clinic, Patsy returns to Jamie's room, clutching her to her as she calls for the doctor and urgently requests a gurney. We cut to moments later in the hall, where Dr. Max Hart, played by Max Robinson, wheels Jamie on a gurney with the help of Nurse Patsy and a couple of uncredited orderlies. As they clumsily force a bag valve mask over Jamie's face, she kicks under her restraints, gasping for air. The staff carries her downstairs as the music grows frenzied in the score and into the emergency room, unstrapping her from the gurney and moving her to an operating table. With Jamie's face covered in sweat, Hart cries that she needs oxygen. They place a surgical cloth over her chest as Hart readies a scalpel to make an incision in her throat. I feel like that wouldn't be the next step.
Yeah.
It feels like we're
they're-
leaping.
Yeah,
Right.
yeah, it feels like there should be a couple things in between.
Yeah.
I'm not a doctor. I know that is going to come as a surprise, but I was very shocked.
They didn't even try to see if anything was obstructing her airway.
Right.
They didn't try to do any kind of chest or stomach thrusts.
Mm-hmm.
They're just like, we got to cut her
Slice
throat
it
open.
open.
Oh, maybe he's gonna put like a tube or something in there.
Yeah, that's the plan. I think a tracheotomy.
Yeah.
But like,
Just jump.
Yeah.
Leave.
it seems like there are some steps here.
Yeah, let's check other options first.
But before the sharp edge of the blade can make contact with Jamie's throat, Hart's arm is pulled away by a returning Dr. Loomis.
Who let him in here?
He's scrubbed up. He's contaminating.
Yeah, what the fuck? I didn't even think about that.
It's hilarious.
But he shouts no repeatedly, urging Hart to leave Jamie alone. As Patsy delivers a few breaths into Jamie's mouth, Hart explains that Jamie is dying and that they have to open her trachea. Loomis assures Hart that Jamie will stabilize, and we watch as she begins to, immediately. Calmness returns to her, and despite not being hooked up to any machinery whatsoever, we hear a heartbeat monitor that's supposed to demonstrate Jamie's pulse at a reasonable rhythm. Loomis asks, "You see?" And all Hart admits to seeing is that Loomis still wants Jamie dead. As Patsy and the orderlies hold their soothing hands to Jamie, Loomis claims that she has something to tell them. I thought there was going to be more to that scene, but it ends. That's it.
Yeah. And I would have thought the same thing. They're trying to save her, and he's just like, no, don't do that. It's like, that's not a good look.
And how does he know that she's going to stabilize
Yeah.
from this?
Yeah.
All of those things I was confused by. But also, is he just like hovering around her still? Because remember, this is a year later.
Yeah.
Oh.
This is not the next day.
Yeah.
So like, I don't understand.
And I felt like there would be, like, it feels like we're setting up more of a conflict between Dr. Loomis and Dr. Hart.
Yeah.
With what Hart said to him, you just want her dead.
Still,
Yeah.
I don't think we see them interact again.
he's like, I'm never speaking.
Like, I don't understand the moments.
Right.
You know? But the next morning, after an exterior shot of the facility, Dr. Loomis walks down the hall to Jamie's room, where he finds her in bed, with Rachel fast asleep on a chair at her bedside. Jamie plays absently with Rachel's hair, and after peeking in for a moment, Loomis shuts the door loudly, startling Rachel awake. Rachel looks up at Jamie, greeting her with, "Hey there, funny face," which inspires a smile from Jamie. After looking her foster sister over, Jamie silently communicates that Rachel's eyeliner is smeared, and Rachel wipes the smudged makeup away, thanking her. But there's suddenly a loud knock at the window, and Tina Williams, played by Wendy Foxworth, stands there on the fire escape with a dog, Max, uncredited, boisterously shouting for them to open up. Tina's shouting, not Max.
Rope.
Every dog talks like that.
Tina comes with the energy.
Yes.
And I do know that's successful for some people and unsuccessful for other people.
Yeah.
I rest somewhere in the middle, I believe.
I struggle.
Because I think she does great in her performance.
Yes,
Right.
it's the character.
Yes.
Yeah.
I think sometimes it's endearing.
Mm-hmm.
Like right now, I would understand why she would really be trying to liven everybody up and brighten the mood. But there are sometimes when it's like, girl,
Yeah.
okay.
And I will say a couple of things. Firstly, very sad to see this dog, Max,
Yeah.
because if you recall, they did have a dog in Halloween 4 called Sunday, who Michael murdered.
Oh,
Oh.
that's right.
Yeah.
And so Max is their new dog.
Damn.
Yeah. And I do think, and that's one thing that was so successful, I know, to us in Halloween 4,
Right.
was this relationship between Rachel and Jamie.
Yes.
Yeah.
And how it started seeming pretty contentious and Rachel kind of being hesitant.
Mm-hmm.
And then they really grew and you're like, oh, they are sisters.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was the other component that I loved so much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so they had this short moment and then immediately interrupted by Tina. And so they don't even get to have this sibling moment
Yeah.
in a more impactful way.
Right. We don't get to kind of sit with them for a little bit.
Yeah.
And I was kind of confused because she's climbing through the fucking window with the dog. I was like, is this a house or?
I was thrown off too because it's still the clinic.
Yeah.
This is the clinic. I will say, I think I did hear that this was an abandoned building in Utah.
Okay.
That they, I think, formatted, I want to say 4 rooms of the building to be the clinic.
Okay.
Oh.
And so I don't know what the building used to be, but it definitely looks residential.
Yeah.
But Jamie is overjoyed to see Max, who walks over to her across her bed, despite the fact that Rachel scolds that the staff doesn't allow Max in here. Tina just retorts that Rachel knows what they can do if they can't take a joke. It's not a joke.
It's not a joke.
You've brought a dog into a place where a dog's not allowed.
Yeah.
That's all.
She's like, get it?
Yeah. This is like modern pranks, dude. It's not a fucking joke. It's just a crime. But as Jamie is preoccupied joyfully cuddling with Max, Rachel smiles to Tina that Jamie doesn't even remember what happened. Tina asks if Jamie is better, and Rachel nods that she is. After the events of the previous night, I don't know where Rachel's getting that.
Yeah.
She literally wrote, what, he's coming for me or he's coming to get me? Or
Yeah.
Yeah, that's exactly.
He's outside.
Yes.
Yeah.
Michael Myers.
Yeah.
My uncle.
Yeah. So I don't know. But Tina then greets Jamie on her bed with a hug, and Jamie smiles widely, kissing her on the cheek. Jamie guesses that Tina brought a gift for her, and Tina coyly wonders what Rachel could be hiding behind door number 3 before giving way to imitating fanfare music. Rachel then reveals a shimmering, glittery, bright pink costume, and Jamie squeals with delight, retrieving it from Rachel and holding it up to herself. Tina continues making the music with her mouth, Biz, snapping and dancing around Rachel and Jamie, who hug each other, before announcing that someone called Billy is going to have to fight off a lot of boys, and Rachel concurs that Billy is going to freak. But the celebration is interrupted when a door swings open behind them, and out steps Dr. Loomis, who asks scoldingly, what is going on here?
He really massacres the vibes.
Yeah.
Max barks from the bed before resorting to a whimper as Tina just laughs. Loomis stands in the hall, watching as Tina exits sheepishly with Max, offering her goodbyes to the girls. Rachel then kneels down to Jamie's level, assuring her that she'll be back in 2 days, and sharing that Mom and Dad send their love. So if it wasn't certain before, Darlene definitely survived.
Yeah.
It is wild to me that they would never come to see her.
Yeah.
Like, we never see that. Darlene's like, hell no. Fool me once.
Yeah.
It is honestly kind of wild, and it never is explained exactly what the plan is for Jamie at this clinic.
Yeah.
She's just here now.
Yeah. It's been a year.
Yeah.
But the serenity of the moment is shattered when an object comes crashing through Jamie's window, shards of glass clattering to the floor and onto Jamie's bed. Tires screech in the distance as Loomis bends down to pick up the object. Wrapped to a brick with a rubber band is a note which reads, "The evil child must die."
I know Mike didn't throw that through the fucking
No.
When it came crashing through the way things are going, I was like, if he wrote a fucking note, I'm gonna
I'll be
so
back
mad.
tonight.
Right. I am coming for you.
Yeah, you were right. Do we ever kind of revisit this theme of Jamie being demonized for what happened last year?
No.
If a year later we're throwing bricks through the window of a fucking clinic and you know what room is
I was
hers?
going to say, it's very accurate.
I think Tina might have done that.
She's like, oh, that's my right.
Oh, yeah.
That's weird, right?
Yeah.
Like, I thought it would be much more of an issue that's going on, but like maybe I'm misremembering, but I don't think we come back to this at all.
Not at all, I don't think. Yeah, you're right.
It feels very mob.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So again, that you start to feel elements of this town as a mob from Robert Harder's screenplay,
Yeah.
or at least his idea.
Right.
Well, no, because none of that made
No.
it.
It didn't.
But then also from Bitterman's idea, where Jamie kind of does do what we expect her to do from the end of Halloween 4.
Right.
So it's...
I think that this clearly was some kind of leftover.
I think it has to be.
Yeah.
Something else I forgot to mention about Bitterman's potentially discarded and thrown away screenplay was that it took place the same night as Halloween 4, if I'm not mistaken.
I feel like a lot of this feels like it's the same time.
Yeah.
Like Loomis's urgency. I feel like, and I know that he's ahead of the curve always on whether Michael's back or he's not back or whatever. But the way that he's looming when they're trying to, perform life-saving surgery, quote unquote, on her, and he's like, no, stop. It feels like he's like, no, where is he? Like this just happened.
Yeah.
If it's a year later and he floated down the lazy river or whatever, and nobody's seen him again, and you exploded the mine shaft, like most people, I would think he's dead.
So are we supposed to think that Loomis maybe left and then because it's Halloween he came back to Haddonfield?
Well, he seems very comfortable.
Yeah.
No, I mean, I guess logically and who Loomis is as a character, that does make sense. It's just not established.
No.
Like that's why it feels like it's the next day or you know what I mean? 'Cause
Yeah.
he's a dog with a bone.
Yeah, but then that would have to make some kind of rule that he's only going to come back on Halloween if he feels that comfortable to take off and be like, I'll be back in a year.
Everybody knows he hibernates.
Well, in all honesty, if you're Loomis, they didn't find a body.
Right.
Yeah.
So maybe the town's like, no, he's dead. He blew up in that mine explosion.
Yeah.
But Loomis is like, where is he?
Yeah.
So I get that. But
give me that.
Yeah, talk about it.
Yeah.
But Loomis exits the clinic with Rachel, who fumes over the incident with the brick, wondering when people are going to realize that Jamie is not Michael Myers. She's just a child. Loomis forces the letter into his coat pocket, remarking that the town knows that Michael is Jamie's uncle and that she attacked her stepmother, which is why they fear her. As he plays with the hair of a nearby holiday decoration, Loomis adds, especially on Halloween. Just want to point out, Darlene Carruthers is not Jamie's stepmother.
Thank you.
She's her foster mother. And they call her stepmother for the entirety of this film.
Yeah.
And even in the credits, the actress who plays Darlene Carruthers is not credited as Darlene Carruthers. She's credited as stepmother.
What the fuck? Because that was my next note. Step.
That was not it at all.
Yeah, it sounded wrong when I heard it. I was like, I don't think that's what happened last time.
No. So again, just attention to detail.
Yeah.
When Rachel laments that she never should have let her parents talk her into leaving, Loomis notes that Rachel is just afraid that the whole thing might start to happen again. And when Rachel denies this, Loomis assures her that there's nothing wrong with being afraid. Rachel sarcastically asks if there's also nothing wrong with leaving her little stepsister here alone. Again, not true.
Yeah.
But Loomis tells her that she can telephone Jamie from the cabin and that Jamie will be looked after properly at the clinic. As Tina waits with Max on a path in front of the building, Rachel asks why she still feels guilty then. We cut immediately to Rachel walking with Tina and Max on Rachel's street, Rachel remarking that she's still worried about Jamie. When Tina tells her to just stick around then, Rachel reminds her that she's already promised her parents she'd go. But Tina just comments that promises are made to be broken. Tina sweetens the deal, adding that the farm's parties always rock and that Rachel should think about it. But Tina leaves Max with Rachel right in front of her house, bidding her goodbye and promising that she'll be back soon with their costumes. Max, however, is distracted by rustling of nearby greenery, barking at it, and even pulling Rachel off her path to investigate. He continues to bark, but Rachel just pulls him back toward the front door and up the steps of the porch.
Max is literally like, he's right rocking there. Like he's
And he was.
Yeah.
He really was.
Yeah.
Please listen.
It's just understood every dog talks like that.
They do.
But the camera rests behind the bushes, panning over to find Michael Myers standing there, breathing heavily as he stares at the Carruthers home.
He's really not even trying to hide.
No.
No.
And Max has every right to be concerned because he's going to end up all cold and eaten.
Yeah.
We were aware of his work. I did want to point out, since they were filming in Utah again, like they filmed 4, this is the same location used for the Carruthers home.
That's cool.
Okay.
But inside the house, as Rachel blasts some very 1980s pop music and prepares for her shower pantsless, Michael breathes raggedly through his mask as he approaches the vibrant red wall of the house to peer through the window.
It still feels kind of wrong to me when he does that.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's creepy.
Yeah.
Rachel rushes into the kitchen, pouring a bowl of food for Max, which he immediately goes for, fattening himself up for Michael, presumably.
Clearly.
But Rachel returns upstairs, taking off her pink button-up shirt as Michael spies her from the first floor window. So, one thing I did see on that making of is Ellie Cornell, and we'll get to it even more, was very displeased with the direction taken for the Rachel character.
Yeah.
A lot of the direction from the director, she said, no matter what she was doing, his direction was always sexy.
What the fuck?
She's like, I'm pouring food for a dog. He's like, sexy. Ugh. And so that was what he wanted from Rachel as a character. Basically all he wanted.
This Rachel is not a new character.
Yeah.
No.
Like, and obviously we can't get into everything, but I really don't fucking understand what they did with her at all. If you're going to bring her back, I mean, to me, don't bring her back at all if this is what you're going to do.
Yeah.
Because it's like this character never went through what happened in 4.
Right.
This character is fucking living her life. She has no idea of any kind of danger. She's never experienced that. This does not feel like the same final girl that we knew in 4.
Yeah, I think that's what it was for me was that, because if we did go through this traumatic thing together and it's coming up on the year of it, I probably should stay with you because who knows what the fuck's going to go on. Mm-hmm. Maybe nothing, maybe something, but I shouldn't be, hey, I'll see you next week. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You'll be cool.
And just no awareness, no nothing. I mean, you look at Sydney in Scream 2. She was paranoid every time the fucking phone rang.
Yeah.
It's just like, I see nothing. I see no residual anything. I know it's a year later, but like, if my dog is freaking out, I'm at least going to be a little unnerved. She's just like, shut up. It's just so bizarre to me. And honestly, it pissed me off because I really did like Rachel.
Yeah. And her growth as a character in that first film.
Yes.
And it is wild when you think about it because Jamie did stab her mother.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And we just, hey, Jamie forgot about that thing she did last year.
Yeah.
See you later, kid. I'm going to a cabin in the woods.
Yeah.
It's wild.
It is. And it's broad daylight. This fool's wandering around outside. Where's the neighbors? Where's the kids?
He's like, she has no spatial awareness.
This is a new Rachel. But as Michael creeps around the outside of the house, we flash to Jamie at the Haddonfield Children's Clinic, who stands among other children in a rec room, clutching a black and red marker in her hand. But she looks around, almost as if she perceives Michael's presence. Clearly shaken, Jamie just walks over to a nearby wall to draw on a poster with other children, which advertises the Goblin Costume Pageant. We pan over the creative kids to an adjacent door where Dr. Loomis stands, eyeing Jamie nervously through the window.
He's got his eye on her.
But back at the Carruthers house, Max barks loudly, sensing a nearby intruder, as Michael creeps his way to the back door in a POV shot. Rachel just continues showering, shouting for Max to shut up as he rushes over to the back door, baring his teeth to bark directly at Michael.
I can't. I can't.
But at the clinic, Jamie's drawing grows frenzied, and we get a pretty cool shot from the other side of the poster at Jamie's fearful face as she scribbles wildly what appears to be a dog.
Was it funny to anybody else that she drew a whole depiction and didn't just write MAX?
Yeah, I guess
because
you
she
could've-
wrote a whole message last night.
That is true. I didn't even think about that.
Because they're like, what is it, girl? A dog. It's a dog.
Yeah.
It's my dog.
So for me, I kind of, I don't know if it is, but so is this kind of like Bran, like she's warging out and like this is her Ice King or something, or?
I think that they're really trying to play up on this psychic connection.
Okay.
That, again, I don't know, because the way that it happened at the end of the first film, I feel like there was something that happened at that moment when she reached for his hand.
Yeah.
And then from then on, it's like almost like the evil was past.
Yeah.
But this, if she's not going to be what we've made her out to become, what is this connection other than some kind of familial thing?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if so, then why didn't fucking Laurie Strode have it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it truly doesn't make any sense. I think that you nailed it, that it was a transfer of evil.
Uh-huh.
And since we're not doing that, we just got to make it something else. And this bond between them, like, I understand. I don't get it. I mean, what happens later, it did make me laugh. You have a niece? Is it like that?
Like, is that what the vibe is?
Yeah.
No, we'll get to that later. It's fucking, it's
It makes no sense to me.
I would vote no.
And checking with you, you have multiple nieces again?
Yeah. No.
No? Okay, got it.
Okay. So 0%.
0%. I just wanted to check.
But Billy Hill, another child at the clinic played by Jeffrey Landman, notices Jamie's demeanor and goes over to check on her. Her cries stifled, Jamie signs letters with her fingers, which Billy reads as Max. He turns to run to get a staff member, but bumps right into Loomis. Something I did want to point out that I heard on the commentary, Danielle Harris worked with a sign language expert for the role of Jamie in this film, and Jeffrey Landman worked with a speech language pathologist because his character has a stutter in this film.
Okay.
That is cool.
And so they did go the extra mile to try to make these things as accurate as I guess they could.
Yeah.
But we cut to Rachel, who continues showering at home, and we spy her through the sheer shower curtain as the telephone rings. She calls out for whoever's on the phone to hang on, and as the camera pulls back clumsily into the hall, we realize that we're in Michael's point of view inside the house. Dripping wet in a towel, Rachel emerges from the shower to answer the phone in her bedroom. We see Loomis sitting anxiously on the other end of the phone at the clinic, next to Jamie and Billy, asking if Rachel is all right. But Rachel just reclines on her bed, answering cavalierly that she is, and when Loomis asks about Max, Rachel answers that he's fine too. He's just been barking at a cat all morning.
Okay. Not to beat a dead horse or an eaten dog, so to speak, or whatever the fuck. But again, what you've been through, you know Loomis.
Yeah.
You know his concern.
Yeah.
Would you not be scared to get a call from him, especially today? She's just like, you'll have to speak up. I'm wearing a towel.
Yeah.
Like, she's so fucking chill.
Yeah.
Well, she's a little too chill. She's on the bed, kicking her feet.
Yeah.
I was very confused because my note is even, did you not remember what happened?
Yeah,
Like-
Jamie doesn't remember, or you don't
Yeah.
I was
remember.
going to say, Rachel's like, oh, I meant me. I don't. Sorry.
I forgot
Tina.
my name.
Yeah. But Loomis urges her to go check on Max, to which she answers plainly and with a smile, why? Loomis shouts for her to check on Max now.
And you've reminded us their previous dog was killed.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you remember that?
Like, Max is a Doberman. He can,
Yeah.
he can handle himself. I don't know, dude. I don't know shit about dogs. Rachel does, apparently.
She's like, he's just barking at a cat all day.
But Rachel relents, telling Loomis to hold on because she'll have to go downstairs. She sets the phone down, rolling her eyes with an, oh, brother. But when Rachel gets downstairs, we watch her through Michael's point of view as she enters the kitchen, and we find him blurry in the background as Rachel discovers the back door wide open and held open by Max's food bowl. Max didn't do that.
No.
He's like, I don't want to lock myself out.
Yeah, I don't know where my key is.
That's not all that one. She's like, oh, Max.
But she peers into her backyard, slowly stepping backward and reaching her hand for the telephone. Loomis hears Rachel groan on the other end and calls out to her, with Rachel finally answering that Max is gone. Without hesitation, Loomis orders Rachel to drop the phone and to get to the nearest door and out of the house. He shouts for her to do it now, and Rachel does as told, rushing out of the back door of the house. Michael watches Rachel from inside her house as she runs to Mr. Cornish, her uncredited next-door neighbor who's tending to his garden. He puts a reassuring hand on her shoulder, and we immediately cut to some time later. The neighbors gathered outside of the Carruthers' house, and the lights of a police car flashing silently.
He did put a hand on her shoulder, but like his face, he did not give a fuck, dude. Like at all. I feel like if it's broad daylight and my neighbor comes sprinting out of her house and a towel, there's some kind of emergency going on, and he's just like, oh, like he had no reaction.
No, he's like, you're really cutting into my gardening time. This better be important. But as Rachel stands there in a robe borrowed from a neighbor, deputies Tom Farah and Nick Ross, played by David Urson and Frankie Como, emerge from the house, accompanied by their own playful theme music for some reason.
What the fuck?
Yeah, that was weird.
I will say Alan Howarth talked about composing a very comedic track for them with sound effects. Mm-hmm. And on that making of, he said that even he was surprised that it was used.
Oh my God.
He's like, that was a joke.
Yeah, like the thing is, they're clearly comic relief.
Right.
And even some of the cast members on that making of were like, comic relief is one thing, but this is just...
Yeah.
To give them like,
Yeah,
Yeah.
that
like
was.
it's like it's ridiculous. Like, waka.
Yeah, I was not prepared for that.
No,
At all.
So David Urson, I did find his like stuff that he's been in very interesting. It says that he had a part in Die Hard in '88. He did Jerry Maguire in '96, and he had a part in Space Jam.
really.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's kind of wild.
Yeah, because he did look familiar. So I was like, okay, let me check. A lot of them I did look, and, you know, they did some TV and some other stuff. But his, I was like, really? But it looks like they were small parts, but still, that's pretty cool.
No, that's awesome.
Yeah.
But we watch as the deputies strut down the walk cartoonishly, and they assure Rachel that the house is clear, nothing above and nothing below. I will say I did see on that making of as well, where I had said that was the direction for Ellie Cornell. The direction for the deputies every single time was to walk like penguins.
Oh my God. What the hell is going on? Now you're pissing me off.
Yeah. But
He's just taking the piss out of us.
I feel like he started off so strong with the wood through water for Michael.
Yeah.
You're like, oh, this guy's a genius. And then you're like, penguins? Sexy?
Now you're pissing me off.
But you're right. It does make me think because they are very silly every time you see them.
Yeah.
Yes.
It does make me think that too. It does feel more Friday the 13th than
Yes.
it does Halloween.
It just does. And I will say that's the other thing that the director said is that not only whenever he got the job, he rewatched all of the films in the Halloween franchise, but he said that he watched all of the films in the Friday the 13th franchise at the time, all the films in the Nightmare on Elm Street franchise at the time, just to see what contemporaries were doing in the horror genre.
But is that the point when you set out to make a film? Is it let's do what everybody else is doing?
No, especially if what your pitch was to return it to like Hitchcockian and Carpenter.
Right,
and
right.
So you're not. So I don't know what to believe.
I'm upset.
But when Rachel asks the deputies about Max, Deputy Nick turns his head down the street, asking if Max is a Doberman. And we see Max rushing down the sidewalk towards the crowd with a toy clenched in his teeth. Rachel notes her embarrassment as she kneels down to pet and cradle Max, And as they trade lines back and forth, the deputies share that this is their job, to rescue cats, to find dogs, and they love it. The incredibly quirky theme music begins to play as they walk towards their cruiser.
Corky.
Yeah. But back at the clinic, Loomis sits with Jamie, who's on the phone with Rachel. Jamie offers a couple of kisses to Rachel as Rachel tells her that she loves her and bids her goodbye. Loomis hangs up the phone for her, leaning in very closely to Jamie and assuring her that Rachel was all right all along. But Jamie turns away from him, crumbling into tears. Loomis then suggests to Billy that they leave Jamie alone to rest, and when Billy tries to check on Jamie, she pulls away from him. Loomis then leads Billy to the door, acting as if he's going to leave with him, but then just slams the door as soon as Billy steps into the hall.
That's so fucking mean, dude.
That's rough.
Well, because I was like, there's no way Loomis is placated by any of this. Because it did look like he was leaving.
Right.
And I'm like, okay, there he is.
And something I did hear on commentary, apparently Billy's character was much more complicated than what ends up in the film.
Yeah.
They had said something along the lines of, Billy is not a patient at this clinic.
What?
Yeah. They said that he used to be, but then now that he's not, he returns from time to time
Yeah, that's too
to
much.
visit Jamie.
He's a patient of this clinic.
Just let him be a patient.
Is this the revenge of Billy Hill? Because I feel like we're
That's
doing too much.
Yeah.
Too much. But yeah, because apparently there was a scene that was cut where Loomis is like, well, go ahead and go to school. And it's like, go to school.
Oh.
So they just try to make it too convoluted. There was also like a subplot of Billy like racing BMX or something.
Oh my god!
And there was a scene where he's supposed to rescue her later on a bike or something. Like,
Shut the fuck up.
I'm just telling you what I heard on the commentary track. That was also cut from the film.
Is this the Blob?
I don't know what this is.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
But Loomis returns to Jamie, snagging a piece of paper and a marker and setting it in front of her. He asks her, "You sense something, don't you?" As Jamie cries, Loomis urges her to tell him what she knows. He forces the marker into her hand, shouting, "Right! Right! Right!"
This isn't...
Yeah.
This is not conducive.
Right, calm down, Harvey Dent. What the fuck, dude?
She's a little girl.
Yeah.
But then he whispers to her to write what she knows. He begs her, but Jamie doesn't write anything at all, and Loomis just leaves, dejected. But back at the Carruthers place, Rachel sits in front of her vanity, blow-drying her hair, appearing jovial and carefree as she removes her robe and steps into her closet naked.
This is when I was like, did she get her memory wiped Men in Black style after the last film? Because what?
I don't know. We do know that there is a Man in Black later. I don't know if it's related, but
if it's related to that or the gunslinger or...
But as Rachel searches through her clothes, we watch her from the other side of the rack, Michael's wounded hand reaching up to rest on it, which Rachel doesn't seem to notice, even though he's breathing quite heavily.
As always.
Yeah.
But Rachel returns to her bedroom, holding a sweater over her body and admiring herself in the mirror. The shape steps out from the shadows, slinking past Rachel without her noticing him, and walking back into the hall. So I thought that maybe we were setting up a callback and Rachel would be sitting at her vanity half naked.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
And that just didn't happen.
Yeah.
No, that would be respecting the original, so...
Out the
we're
window.
not doing that. That's not what we're doing
We
here.
threw that in the trash. But as the music grows tense, Rachel puts the sweater on, checking the fit in the mirror, but she's interrupted when Max begins to bark again. Rachel is annoyed, but she creeps cautiously into the hallway, and when she reaches the window at the end of the hall, she spies Max, who sits in the backyard barking at the house, chained up. But glass shatters, which startles Rachel, and she slowly walks into Jamie's former room, where she heard the sound emanate from. Inside, she finds a framed photo of Jamie resting on the floor, the glass cracked, a bloody print at the site of impact. Michael fucking punched this picture.
Oh my God.
He didn't like it.
That's I'm just
It's weird.
I can't.
But Michael makes his presence known, slinking out from behind the bedroom door. Rachel's eyes grow wide as she notices the blood on the photo, and when she looks up from it, it's too late. Michael, clutching a pair of scissors, drives them downward into Rachel's chest. As she screams, we return to Jamie in bed at the clinic, who attempts to pull herself away from Nurse Patsy and Dr. Hart, who try to hold her down. Hart remarks that the digitalis should have taken effect by now, and he warns a frantic Patsy that another dose might stop Jamie's heart. So, Rachel's dead.
Yeah.
Really bad move narratively, I feel.
Yeah.
The defense of it from the director was his idea of taking this all-American girl, as he said, so full of life and so vibrant and whatever else he said. I don't mean to be mean. I just don't agree with anything he's saying, but he basically said to kill her now so early in the film shows that no one is safe in this film.
No, it doesn't.
I don't agree.
It doesn't. And also, like, that's kind of not true.
No.
But wouldn't we have got that then with the dude that nursed them to health earlier?
Yeah. And to me, the other way to show that no one is safe is by having Darlene Carruthers stay dead.
Yes.
Yeah.
But again, I didn't have a hand in writing this film. A lot of people did. I didn't. I did not. But I just feel like, especially with what we established in Halloween 4, the relationship between Rachel and Jamie is so important.
It's central
to this story. So it's not even a matter of just like this misdirection or this creative choice that's so bold or whatever.
Yeah.
To me, it's just not wise.
Yeah. In that making of, Ellie Cornell was pretty candid about how disappointed she was. She said that they had brought her back for 5 very early on, and she had assumed that she was probably going to die, but she had no idea that it would be so soon, so early in the film. She said actually, too, that it was supposed to be him stabbing scissors down her throat.
Okay.
And she was like, that is such an undignified way for Rachel to die after everything that we went through with her in 4.
Yeah.
So they changed it to make it, I guess, less brutal because she kind of caused a fuss about it. But she was like, they give Rachel nothing to do. She's showering, she's running around in a towel, and then she's dead. She like clearly felt betrayed, and I don't blame her.
Well, yeah.
I feel like, honestly, and we'll talk more as it goes on, but everything that we see from Tina as the film continues could have just very easily been Rachel.
I don't understand why that was the choice, why that decision was made.
I don't either. And even towards the end of the film, I feel like that is much more befitting of Rachel.
Yeah.
So it's just really, really confusing.
It feels like a giant misstep, especially when you're hearing from the actress herself that she was willing and she was into it.
Yeah.
Because she even said that Rachel from 4 would never have gone down this easy.
No.
Would never have been so oblivious. It's just like, I truly just don't get it.
Yeah. And like you were saying, everything that we built up in the 4th movie, I feel like just let her continue. And if she knows she's going to die, give her more than just what we're seeing here.
And
you know what I mean?
You saying that was the note. It's like, yeah, I see that because I feel like you used her for that and then you killed her.
Yeah.
It's just no reverence for this character that was such an important part of the previous film.
Yeah.
I just don't get it. I'm mad about it.
No, I get it because I think that was one of the big things that probably intrigued us about 5 is where would this relationship of these sisters go?
Right.
Yeah.
And we get one scene with them together. They get interrupted by another character. And she's like, I'll see you in 2 days. And that's it. That's it. But we abruptly cut to Loomis at the Haddonfield Sheriff's Office, trailing behind Meeker, shouting that Jamie's whole body was shaking at the clinic. Meeker shrugs him off, sarcastically stating that if it were up to Loomis, every time the little girl twitches, he's expected to call the National Guard. But Loomis shoots back, asking the sheriff to remember how many people Michael Myers killed last year, including Sheriff Meeker's own daughter.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Jeez.
How many times do we have to do this? A.
Yeah.
B, wouldn't that make you more in tuned, more hungry for revenge, more high alert, more anything?
Yeah.
Instead of shut up, science bitch.
Yeah, and honestly, I think the other thing is that in this timeline, which does include Halloween 2,
Yeah.
Michael has survived an explosion once.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Loomis is like, I even survived it.
Right,
he's fine.
Look, yeah.
He'll be back.
He always comes back.
Yeah. But Meeker turns around, furious, seizing Loomis by the coat. But Loomis pulls himself away, muttering that he knows Meeker hasn't forgotten. But he notes that Meeker never looked into Michael's face. He never saw his eyes. He never saw that nothing, no expression, blank. He reminds Meeker that his memory goes back 12 years to the night when he offered to. But he then removes his glove, showing Meeker his scarred hand from the burns he suffered in the 1981 slasher film Halloween 2. He leans closer to Meeker, whispering that he prayed that Michael would burn in hell, but he knew in his heart that hell would not have him. Great line.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The burns look good too.
They do.
I was
Yeah.
like, okay, KMB.
It's much better than 4
Yes.
Yeah.
and much more consistent.
Yeah.
But Donald Pleasance is killing it.
Always.
Yeah. I want to know why, though, because that is an interesting thing to say. Why won't hell take him?
I was like, mm-mm.
Yeah. It's like,
Too scary.
Like, what do you know?
But they're interrupted by a young policeman played by Stanton Davis, who meekly tells Meeker that he's wanted down at the cemetery. But we return to the Carruthers house, as does Tina, who clutches a bag containing her and Rachel's costumes. She skips up the walkway and onto the porch, ringing the doorbell and calling out to her friend. Peering through the glass of the window on the front door, the camera, or potentially the shape in a POV shot, follows Tina from inside as she rushes around the backyard, where she finds Max, barking and chained up. She makes kissy faces at him before rushing over to the back door. Max barks a warning at her, but Tina just tells him to chill out, and as she reaches for a hidden key just above the door, she assures Max that she'll get him some water in just a second, pushing the door open without unlocking it. And if she unlocked it, it was way too fast.
I didn't see her unlock it.
So that's concerning.
Yeah. That's red flag number 1. Besides Max chained up in the yard freaking out.
Mhm.
Yeah. Weren't y'all just buddies? Y'all went to the hospital or the
Yeah.
clinic together.
Yeah.
Now it's shut up.
If
It's like-
everybody is so disrespectful to Max.
Yeah.
If I'm him at this point, I'd be like, fuck it, go inside. Go ahead.
Go bark yourself. But Tina leaves the door wide open as she steps inside, calling out for Rachel again. And we watch her this time from evasive angles deeper in the house, this time complete with deep breaths. So we're definitely the shape.
yeah.
Yeah.
The record player skips dead wax, so Tina removes the needle, calling out to Rachel and telling her that she's brought her a present.
Wouldn't that be concerning?
Yeah.
Even if it was like, okay, you didn't answer, whatever, unlock the door, come inside. The dog was just barking at the house, not at you, not at a tree, not at the street, at the house. Even if you're just like, whatever, be quiet, I'll get you a treat. You go inside, the record player's just going and it's done.
And
Yeah.
the door's unlocked.
Yeah.
Well, so I'm confused as to what is Tina tasked with watching the house? So maybe it isn't so weird?
No, because she said, I'll be back later with our costumes. And then she comes back and she's gone. And she's like, oh, I guess.
Because, yeah, she told her to think about it.
Yeah.
And so she's like, I guess she thought about it. She's
But-
gone.
Yeah.
Do we typically leave our dog chained up with no food or water for 2 days?
Yeah, that's...
I've never owned a dog, but I don't think
No,
so.
yeah,
No.
I think the answer is no.
I don't think so. But as Max continues to bark outside, Tina just chews her gum, none the wiser to the presence in the house, as she heads upstairs giggling. A guitar whines in the score, and distorted notes are plucked for some reason, as Tina continues down the hall. Tina cries out, "Gonna miss you, baby," as she enters the room where we last saw Rachel. Odd choice, because she's going firstly into Jamie's room.
Yeah.
Not into Rachel's room.
Yeah. I don't know, dude.
All right. But once inside the room, Tina stops at the edge of the bed, removing her denim jacket, snagging a stuffed animal, and lying down in bed. Strings rise in the score, along with a synth rendition of the motif from the Halloween theme, as Tina crawls out of bed and onto her knees in front of a small vanity against the wall. She kneels there for a moment, but is startled when the doorbell rings downstairs. She laughs, snagging her jacket and rushing downstairs, calling out to someone named Sammy. But when she opens the front door, the camera pans and we find that the porch is empty. But as she closes the door, she gets the shit scared out of her by Sam Thomas, played by Tamara Glenn, who is apparently snuck inside the house.
I guess. Who has broken it?
Yes, who has broken the law. The two girls laugh and hug each other, Sam remarking, "It's Halloween, right?" She doesn't finish the line, but that's a nod.
Yeah.
And I appreciated that. But Tina is stoked that they'll have the house to themselves for the weekend, and Sam replies that that's exactly what Tina said before. We were not there for this.
Yeah.
I don't know. Just get past it.
I was confused. I was like, when?
I don't remember that.
Tina snarks that all of Sam's circuits are on hold, which Sam doesn't seem to like, but the two head into the backyard together, Tina locking the door behind them. Sam says that she thought that Rachel would be here, and Tina agrees, but assumes that Rachel must have decided to go out to the country with her parents after all. She stashes the key above the door where she found it outside, and when Max barks at them again, Tina rushes to him, dramatically shouting for him to shut his canine trap. The two girls are watched by the shape through the window as they walk across the front yard, Sam pondering what would happen if her mom calls and finds out that Rachel isn't with them. But before Tina can answer, Sam assures Tina that she's just joking.
Oh.
What? People don't understand jokes in this film. Joke is a word that is used real loosely.
Yeah.
My thing was Michael's like, they're so dumb that I can literally stand in the middle of this window and nobody's going to even see me.
Yes.
And poor Max is like, and I never got my water because he didn't.
That's true.
Is it safe to say that I'm not really enjoying these characters?
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, I get where whatever the boxes they needed them to tick off in this movie, but I'm not enjoying this.
I already miss Rachel.
Yes.
Exactly.
Well, for Rachel.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But as they walk across the yard, we see Michael, plain as day, standing in the window, breathing heavily. But when Tina turns back to look at the house, he's disappeared. Tina then rejoins her friend and pulls her down the sidewalk.
Okay.
But back at the clinic, we find Jamie hooked up to electrodes once again in her bed, tossing and turning and gasping as she sleeps. But outside the clinic, Tina and Sam approach the entrance, Tina suggesting that Sam should bag a guy called Spitz tonight. Sam and Tina go back and forth over whether or not she could, and Tina remarks jovially that Sam is blushing. When Sam plays coy, simply stating, "This might be it," Tina guesses that Sam is planning something romantic. Candles, sensual massage, leopard sheets? But Sam corrects her. Satin sheets. Tina repeats this puzzled, but Sam shouts, "They're Rachel's." The girls squeal, and Tina asks what she can do to help, suggesting that they make up signals, and assuring Sam that she can have the house to herself, adding that she and some guy called Mikey like it better in the car anyway. So they will be having sex in Rachel's bed. Which is pretty fucked up.
That hit me right now again. Because when I was watching the movie, I was like, wait, what?
Yeah.
And then you said it again, and I was like, no.
Yep.
Some friend.
Yeah.
But with random interspersed shots of Jamie tossing and turning in bed, Tina tells Sam not to worry about it, and Sam assures her that she isn't worried, admitting that she's just been in a weird mood all day. We see a figure skulking in the background, hidden by a few hanging tree limbs, as Tina supposes that everyone in this town is in a weird mood, and suggests that maybe they should ban Halloween in Haddonfield. The girls laugh, and we cut abruptly to Tina calling out to Mikey, played by Jonathan Chapin, who appears just down the street in his convertible. She calls him Michael, by the way, which is very important.
Yeah.
But I will say it is very odd that he's meeting them here.
Yeah.
It is. Also, it was really funny to me that Michael is just in the back eavesdropping.
I will say I don't think this is Michael.
You don't? I
No,
thought it was.
I think that it's what we learn it actually is, and I think that Jamie...
I thought, okay, at this point, because I still am not completely clear on what's happening between Michael and Jamie. I'll be honest. I thought Jamie was seeing this through Michael, and that Michael was there eavesdropping.
I thought that until what we get later.
Okay. Okay.
Because that, honestly, but then again, it's really funny to think that he's just trailing them the entire walk to the clinic. But that would make sense until what we get in a few minutes.
Yeah.
Because we never see his face, whoever's skulking.
Right.
But upon hearing his name somehow, Mikey screams, "What?" before driving over a bridge to meet the girls at the end of their path. Tina gives her jacket to Sam, rushing off to hop into Mikey's car, telling him that he's just in time to give them a ride. She gives him a kiss while Sam stands outside the car, looking at the couple. Rock music blaring from his speakers, Mikey sits there in his leather jacket and John Lennon-style sunglasses as Tina urges her friend to go join them, apologizing about last weekend. Mikey isn't sorry, though, which earns him a smack from Tina. We don't learn what happened
No!
last weekend. But Sam reminds Tina that she wanted to see Jamie. As she says this, we watch as what I thought was the shape has changed position and continues to watch them from behind nearby trees.
Yeah.
But Mikey remarks that Sam is killing him and asks her to just get in the car. Tina asks if they can just see Jamie later, and even without a response from Mikey, this is somehow good enough for Sam to hop into the car with the pair. They speed away down the bridge, which seems to wake Jamie in her bed.
I don't get it.
This doesn't make any sense.
No.
Just a matter of him, by chance, picking them up at the Haddonfield Children's Clinic.
Yeah.
He just happens to be driving, which Tina notices and calls him over.
Yeah. Like you said, somehow.
I feel like there should have been a scene, at least between Tina and Jamie, where maybe she tells Jamie that Rachel went to the cabin.
Yeah.
Or something. And for Sam to be like, hey, didn't you say you wanted to see Jamie? And Tina's like, we can come back later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's weird too.
Yeah, because this did feel I was like, what purpose does this serve other than you giving us this little bit of information here and there of stuff? I mean, I don't know. This didn't feel like I needed this here.
No.
I feel like that, like you're saying, maybe a conversation between the two would have been better than what we're getting here. And even if we need to introduce Michael, then, I mean, this could be quick.
Yeah.
It doesn't need to be this long.
You can honestly have it to where they go inside, or we see them leaving Jamie's room.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then they come outside and Mikey's there and it's like, hey, Mikey.
Yeah.
Just in time to give us a ride. It honestly does the opposite of endearing us to Tina because she's like, well, fuck Jamie.
Exactly. Yeah.
Mikey's here.
Yeah.
And he doesn't like to wait.
We can tell. Yeah, we see him.
We know what happened last week.
Kind of. But Jamie groans, climbing out of bed to look out of her window. And there, in the courtyard, hidden poorly in the greenery, stands Michael Myers in clear view. Jamie cowers from the window, full of fear as she stumbles to the hallway, accompanied by the Halloween theme in the score. Jamie rushes frantically for the exit until a silhouette darkens the window in the door. She turns around, running into the basement, where there's just a pipe above her blowing a shit ton of air for some reason.
I was like, what the hell is that?
Is this Silent Hill?
I really, when I seen it, I was hoping, I was like, please don't let that be Michael blowing the wind like that.
But she makes her way through hanging laundry, lights flashing around her, as the shape, seemingly, pursues her in the dark, slashing through sheets. She ducks under a table, rushing into an adjacent room, climbing a wall of brick to hide at the top of it. Her pursuer follows close behind, ascending the wall after her, but when he grabs for her leg, we see that he's just a gardener, played by Jack North, flanked by nurse Patsy, who tells Jamie that they've been looking all over for her. It's like, I was out of my bed for 10 seconds.
Yeah.
But with the gardener dressed almost exactly like Michael Myers minus the mask,
Yeah.
I think that she was seeing things when she looked out the window.
Okay.
Which honestly is a cool bit of misdirection for the scene with Tina and Sam.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because we're kind of primed to be uncomfortable and think that anyone skulking around like that is Michael Myers.
True.
Okay.
And is just a dude gardening.
Yeah.
But the gardener helps Jamie down, and she climbs onto Patsy's back as Patsy asks Jamie if it was another one of her dreams again. But Jamie just shakes her head that it wasn't. Back in her bedroom, resting in her bed and clutching a stuffed animal, Jamie watches as Loomis enters the room, closing the door behind him. He tells Jamie that she has to help him find Michael. He says they both know that he's alive, and as he seizes her ankles and shakes her, Loomis shouts, "And you know where he is!" He pleads to know why Jamie is protecting him, and as he pushes her tray out of the way, he approaches her bedside, reaching for her shoulders and asking her, "What about your stepmother, Jamie?" It's not, again.
Yeah.
But as Jamie turns to face away from him and starts to cry, he pleads to know if she loves her stepmother. He reminds her that Michael made Jamie stab her. He tells her that she can never hide from Michael and that he will always get to her.
But it sounds like you're trying to make it seem like we're working together. I don't know where this is at.
Why are you protecting him?
The thing is, again, it's just not well defined.
No.
Can she only see through his eyes? Is there a cooldown? Because she seems to have a good idea of where things are happening.
Yeah, but if she was able to spam her ability, it'd just be OP. You can't do that.
It's not fair.
Yeah, that's true. It's not fair to Michael.
No, yeah.
But Loomis cradles her, softening and asking her to listen. He reveals that today in the cemetery, somebody dug up a coffin of a 9-year-old girl, and he holds her roughly, asking, "What do you think he's going to do with that?"
That's crazy.
Very.
Yeah.
Nurse Patsy enters the room behind Loomis, waiting a moment before before nervously intervening as Loomis asks if Jamie is also 9 years old. Patsy asks Loomis to leave Jamie alone, and he unhands her. As she rushes to check on Jamie, Loomis remarks to the child, "Tears won't get you anywhere."
He just said she's 9.
It's like,
Yes.
good Lord.
Loomis is fucking savage in this one.
Yeah.
And I don't understand the nurse being like, let him cook. Let's see where he's going with this. Because for a second, he did look like he was going to fight her.
Yeah.
She's like, I'm curious too.
Yeah.
I'd like to know.
Why is she protecting him?
But Loomis asks her weakly to help him find Michael before shouting that they could find him together. But Patsy holds Jamie protectively as Loomis backs away. But he surmises that there is a reason that Michael has this power over Jamie, and he asks if she's ever wondered what this reason is.
Sir, I'm going to have to ask you to leave.
But sometime later, we watch as a bus pulls onto a street in Haddonfield, parking in front of Vincent Drug Store. We remember this location from 4.
Yeah.
That's cool.
The uncredited driver and a few people file off of the bus, But the camera then dips down, finding the steel-toed boots of the man in black, played by Don Shanks, as he steps off of the bus. He steps past a dog on a leash, kicking it as he passes.
Come on, man.
That's crazy.
Yeah.
We get it. You're the bad guy.
Yeah.
I don't know why, but it's really, really funny to me that this mysterious figure was just riding the bus with a bunch of random people
Yeah.
for God knows how long.
Yeah.
You would think that he would have like his own means of transportation and be lurking,
Yeah.
but he had to go to the bus station. He had to buy a ticket.
Yeah.
It just feels very strange.
It does.
It feels very funny, honestly.
So this is the introduction of something that does not really go many places in this film,
Yeah.
but from what I've heard has more importance in Halloween 6.
Okay.
This element in this film comes about because, according to the commentary, Mustafa Akkad asked the director if they could create a hook for Halloween 6 to kind of justify another film. And according to Othenin-Girard, when he added this element, I guess he had not rewatched all of the Halloween films yet.
Oh, my God.
Yeah.
And so he asked Akkad, does Michael Myers have a brother?
What?
And Akkad said no. But
I'm sorry.
he could have one.
Wait, what?
I-
This is his brother?
I think that was the original intention of Othenin-Girard when he added this element into the film.
Yeah.
I do not know if that's where it goes. I don't think that it is, but they are both played by Don Shanks.
There is something so funny to me about every time they paint themselves into a corner in this franchise, they just give Michael Myers another sibling.
Yeah, that's pretty funny.
And we got one move. They're doing the dice move too much.
That's very, very funny to see them use like the Undertaker and Kane angle here. Like that's hilarious to think that.
And the thing is that's one story I heard. The other story I heard is that, and again, both are from the director.
Yeah.
They had no idea whatsoever of what the plan was for this man in black. So they really introduce him in this film, and whoever is writing and directing Halloween 6, they're like, this is your problem now.
Oh my God.
Wow.
And they went into it with no plan whatsoever, introduced this element because Akkad said they needed a hook for Halloween 6, and I guess we'll figure it out later.
They really yes-anded themselves right off the cliff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you had one already with him supposedly passing the evil to Jamie.
Yeah.
If he's alive, then he can pass it to somebody else now, or
Yeah.
he can whatever. I mean,
I think there's plenty of things to do. I feel like you're trying to make it too big.
yeah.
And I think that was something that was so amazing about John Carpenter and Deborah Hill's Halloween is the simplicity of it.
Yeah.
You don't over-explain. You don't give all this backstory.
Right.
It's not necessary.
No.
And so you're like, but there's also a man in black.
Yeah.
And when we learn something else about him, it only gets more convoluted.
That takes the scary out of it too.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know that you saying that they introduced this character and really have no idea kind of where you feel that.
Yeah.
But in the next scene, we find Loomis creeping his way through a gate, surveying his surroundings of sprawling, overgrown, and barren vegetation before pulling his pistol from his holster. We watch as he continues on a path and steps onto the porch of the long-abandoned Myers house. So it is clear that this is not the Myers house.
Yeah.
The Myers house that they used in the original film, I believe, was in Pasadena, California.
Okay.
They're filming in Salt Lake City, Utah.
Yeah.
And so what they decided to do is instead of trying to model a set or to build something that looked like the original Myers house, considering everything that they had planned to do inside of this house that we will see a little bit later, they tried to find a real house that matched the specifications for what they would need. And so this is a real house.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
And they did use the interiors and exteriors to film.
Oh, wow.
So they had enough space inside to do everything that we'll see later. But all they did was basically they got the family out of there, I guess, paid them to use the house. and then the production designer came in, and we see what they did with the place to really do a great job of making it look absolutely abandoned.
Yeah.
And I will say, not to be nitpicky, but everybody who is a big fan of the Halloween franchise knows that the address is 45 Lampkin Lane. It straight up says like 1,000 something on the, on the fucking house. It's like, you couldn't even change that?
No,
Yeah,
dude,
come on.
he's like, does Michael Myers have a brother? He doesn't have a fucking address.
That's true, but it's like 1,007 something, and it's like, come on, man.
Yeah, I know that's a small detail, but you're right. People who love the franchise, that is something that you memorize.
Yeah, he's back to terrorize Haddington.
It's like, all right, dude, you're fired.
Get this guy out of here.
But Loomis lets himself inside as a piano reminiscent of John Carpenter's theme for the Myers house sounds in the score, and this I appreciated.
Yeah.
But Loomis walks through the dust-covered house, entering a room with its windows boarded up and leaves scattered across the floor, calling out to Michael with his gun raised. As he enters the kitchen, he asks Michael if he's come home, and he shares that he knows what Michael wants from Jamie. But Loomis creaks open the door to an old laundry chute, peering down the shaft, but when he finds nothing, he continues down into the basement. But unbeknownst to Loomis, the man in black steps out of the shadows, the camera rising from his steel-toed boots to a mark just above his black-gloved hand. And there, on his wrist, we see the same runic symbol tattooed that we discovered earlier on Michael Myers.
Oh, Lord. I have a matching tattoo with my brother, too. But,
Ours is cooler.
I'm like, you don't hear those jingling ass shoes?
Yeah, for someone not wearing spurs, I don't know where the fuck that sound's coming from. You need to tighten that metal if that's what's going on.
Something, yeah.
He's been traveling a long time.
There's one thing he didn't get from his brother. Fucking stealth. I'm the opposite of you in every way. I honestly, I don't know where this goes because I do not remember like anything from Halloween 6.
Yeah.
Except for probably Paul Rudd being in it.
Right.
So I don't know who the man in black is. I just know that there were two schools of thought going into this film. One, that he could be Michael Myers' brother, and one, we don't know who the fuck he is.
Right.
Yeah.
We're not saying that they're brothers for real. We're kidding. We're kidding.
Yes.
But Loomis continues through cobwebs in the basement, past aged furniture, and under a chandelier to open the small metal hatch of the laundry chute. But as soon as he does, several rats pour out of it, causing Loomis to collapse into a pile of cardboard boxes. He collects himself, chuckling in relief as he rises to his feet, surveying one of the rats, which appears decayed, and possibly with a bite taken out of it.
Yeah, that was lunch for later.
It's an appetizer.
I was saving that. But he checks the latch again, locking it tightly, and he can't seem to reopen it after he does. But back in town, Michael watches from the trees as Tina and Sam walk together down the street with grocery bags. Just down the street from them, Mikey takes his time, dragging a cloth across the hood of his convertible and past the doors with music blaring from the stereo. But when he reaches the trunk, Tina jumps out from behind it, scaring the shit out of him with a mask.
He's like, can't you see I'm trying to make a sweep of my car? I was really into it.
No, he was. Mikey recoils in fear, while Tina and Sam just laugh at him. But Tina then removes the mask and places it on Mikey's head, asking him if he likes it. But he just tears it off, throwing it into the back seat and getting into his car, seemingly angered. But Tina just follows him in, laying on his lap and joking that maybe he doesn't need to wear a mask. And they kiss as if nothing happened, Tina singing along with the radio as Mikey smiles. I really thought that this would lead to some kind of argument or something.
Yeah.
He got into the car more pissed off than I've ever seen anyone. And then he's just like, well, a little sugar on us.
I'm fine.
I'm fine. But walking out of the convenience store that Mikey's car is parked in front of is Spitz, played by Matthew Walker.
Now, Matthew Walker, I thought he did look familiar. And I remember him from Child's Play 3 in 91.
Really?
Oh.
Yeah. He was also in a part in Raising Helen in 04, Valentine's Day in 2010, and Mother's Day in 2016.
No, he's a big holiday guy.
Yeah.
And Halloween.
God damn. But Spitz dances his way to the car, singing along with the song on the radio that he's ready for tonight. But when Sam pushes him, for some reason, Spitz amends this to say that he's bruised, but ready. He turns to greet Sam, holding her hands as they share a kiss. But as the girls rush inside the store, a police siren suddenly chirps next to Mikey and Spitz. And as the police car passes by, Mikey waves at them from the driver's seat, and as soon as they pass, he gives them the finger.
Ooh, he's so cool.
Spitz jokingly asks if the cops are friends of Mikey's, and instead of answering, Mikey just slams his car door shut. As he lights a cigarette, he asks Spitz how many cases of beer they can get for the party, and Spitz assures him that they can get 3 cases without his boss knowing that something is up.
That's a lot.
Yeah.
His inventory
I was
it's shit, dude.
terrible.
But Spitz says that they need to get going as soon as the shift changes, and he suggests that Mikey pull around back so they won't be seen absconding with the booze. Mikey doesn't answer him for some reason, and Spitz's gaze travels to the hood of Mikey's car, which he pats like a drum, complimenting Mikey's wax job. But incensed, Mikey stands up out of his chair, grabbing Spitz by the jaw, telling him that if he touches his car again, he's dead. But the girls rush out of the convenience store to break it up, with Spitz returning to Sam and kissing her hand, as Tina tells Mikey that he's going to give himself high blood pressure.
Yeah, no, he is.
That is a lot. If you touch my car again, I'll fucking kill you. Yeah, dude, you're...
Calm down.
Come on.
Have I already said that I don't really care too much for...
Oh, you have.
And I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
But Mikey just snags a cloth to wipe where Spitz touched the hood of his car, and Tina reminds him to pick her up at Rachel's house at 8 o'clock. As she rejoins Sam and Spitz, Sam announces that they have to get ready for the Tower Farm party before jokingly asking if Mikey would like to have his legs waxed. But Mikey just speeds off down the adjacent street before screeching to a stop and shifting gears to back his car next to the rear entrance of the store.
I feel like I saw an episode of My Strange Addiction with that guy. But he's going right now to the back to pick up the beer, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Because it feels like it's nighttime.
Yeah, the next shot is very strangely lit.
Right?
Yeah.
And I don't understand why that is. Because he said the shift change is happening like right now.
Yeah.
But we watch as Spitz loads the 3 cases of booze into the trunk of Mikey's car, asking him not to drink it all before everyone else shows up. As Spitz rushes back inside of the store, Mikey closes and locks his trunk, rolling his eyes and calling Spitz an idiot. But as he climbs into the driver's seat and admires himself in the rearview mirror, the shape skulks around behind him, past a pile of boxes and crates, to reach the trunk of Mikey's car. With a sharp 3-pronged garden cultivator that I don't know where he got it, Michael scrapes the paint of the trunk with a loud screech.
I'm telling you, he was out there gardening. I told
Yeah.
you.
Mikey is enraged, grabbing a crowbar as he exits the vehicle, threatening Michael and asking if he wants to play.
Did the way that he scratches it feel like a nod to Nightmare on Elm Street, or was it just me?
Maybe, I can see that.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah.
I will say no cars were harmed in the making of this film.
Thank God.
They put an extra layer on top of the trunk as not to scratch the car.
Good.
But as Mikey raises the crowbar to smash Michael in the face with it, offering trick or treat, Michael seizes him by the throat before he can make contact. Mikey drops the crowbar, dropping to his knees as Michael raises the tool, bringing it down sharply into Mikey's forehead. Mikey lies bleeding on the ground, wheezing, as Michael walks over to him calmly and drags him away by the arms. Spitz ran inside maybe 2 seconds ago. Michael is not wasting a second to fucking kill this dude.
No.
Spitz should have heard at least 72% of that.
Yeah.
Even if it's just Mikey screaming at him.
Yeah. Or the scraping on the car.
Yeah.
Anything. It was very funny because I know that, I mean, all right, no. Most of the time we don't see him clean up after himself. Watching him drag this dude away, I was like, that's funny.
It was pretty funny.
Yeah. I was trying to, and that is true. Because we usually see the result of his handiwork.
Right.
Yeah.
Not the pre-planning of the party.
It
Yeah.
feels like when he hoisted himself onto that roof.
There's something about this that just doesn't. I feel like maybe we see Mikey help Spitz load the booze into the trunk, and he had to go inside to do it. And maybe the car isn't a convertible, and Michael is in the back seat of the car.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then so whenever he drives elsewhere, Michael kills him somewhere else, not in broad daylight, not 5 seconds after Spitz leaves the area.
Yeah.
I feel like that would work better for me, but I don't know.
No, that it would.
Yeah, this does feel odd.
Mm-hmm.
But at the clinic, preparations for the Goblin costume pageant are in full swing, with staff hanging lights and decorations, and an announcer, played by Russ McGinn, testing a microphone on the second floor landing. This seems very elaborate,
Yeah.
almost more befitting of a school and maybe not a clinic.
Yeah.
But Loomis steps into frame, making his way towards the staircase. But upstairs, Patsy helps Jamie fluff the frills of her bright pink costume, and the camera rises to find Jamie's sullen face underneath her silver crown.
After everything she's been through, she's still competing in this contest.
Yeah.
Winning would make me feel better.
Yeah.
All the shit I've been, yeah.
Yeah, of course.
First prize. Billy stands in the background, dressed as a pirate, as Patsy cuddles Jamie, remarking how pretty she looks. Despondent, Jamie just stands there, holding a star-shaped scepter in her hands, but Billy takes this opportunity to approach her with a bouquet of flowers, smiling that they're for her. So I guess if in the script Billy isn't a patient anymore,
Yeah.
it would make sense where he got a bouquet of flowers. Because now it just feels like the staff put him up to this.
Yeah.
I feel like she's having a really hard time.
But Patsy gushes over the flowers, suggesting that they put them in water. But Billy isn't done. He removes a gold bracelet from his wrist, which has his first and last name etched into it, and he clasps it around Jamie's arm, stuttering that it's good luck. Jamie smiles, kissing his cheek, which inspires a smile from Billy in return. It is very sweet.
Yeah.
It is.
But sometime later, on the staircase, the announcer addresses the gathered children and their parents who are seated in rows on the first floor, thanking the parents in particular for supporting tonight's event, before introducing what he says they've all been waiting for, the annual Halloween costume pageant. He introduces the first couple, the uncredited Ginny Holbrook and Kristen McGee, who are dressed as a harlequin and some kind of moon person.
That moon person was cool as hell.
It was, but it was also a little scary.
It was.
As they receive a round of applause, probably from fear. Loomis stands at the back of the room, watching Jamie, who stands waiting on the steps with Billy. Now, we all love Jamie and Billy, but I think this moon person's going to win the costume pageant. The judge is like, that thing said it would kill me. If
What is that?
yeah, and I'm inclined to believe it.
If it doesn't win a child's costume.
Yes.
Oh, yeah. Those aren't even children.
It's very important to the moon thing.
Person.
But we cut immediately to the man in black, the metal of his boots rattling as he walks towards Rachel's house. But he ceases his ingress and changes direction as soon as Mikey's car pulls up, screeching to a stop, the driver honking the horn for Tina to come out. Trick-or-treating children scatter on the sidewalk as Tina readies herself at the vanity in Rachel's room, dressed in a frilly white dress and a black and red cape.
This is when I'm thinking again, so nobody has called anyone or anywhere to check on Rachel?
You would think that her parents would call the house.
Oh, yeah.
Because she still hasn't shown up.
Yeah.
To the cabin.
And
right.
to Tina and them, she literally just disappeared. Like, we were supposed to meet here later. You're gone.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I'm just like, I don't know.
Leaving the record skipping like the strangers. Just
Yeah.
No.
And this poor dog.
Yes.
Yeah, no shit. He's still back there.
Probably.
Thirsty as hell, man. That's the real horror of this
Yeah.
film. The way Max was treated.
Mm-hmm. But behind the driver's seat of Mikey's car, we watch from Michael's point of view as he grips the steering wheel with his black-gloved hand, breathing heavily as he turns to watch Tina as she exits Rachel's house in the dark. This felt a little giallo reference-y.
Okay. See, starting with what I interpreted as a Nightmare on Elm Street nod,
Uh-huh.
there are a few.
Yeah?
Okay.
So, I mean, I don't know if it's intentional or me reading too much into it, but I can definitely see how that would be one.
Yeah.
It's missing red lights, but I will let it pass.
Missing a lot of things, but
I do think it's funny that he got behind the wheel of this car and he's Fast and the Furious now.
Yeah.
yeah.
It's just like, oh, you just drive now.
It's always funny to see Michael Myers driving.
The other thing about it that is really funny is that we saw Michael skulking around the car.
Yeah.
And so we heard, okay, I got to be at Rachel's at 8.
Yeah, that's true. He's checking the time.
Yes. But at the clinic, Jamie seems to sense something, appearing distracted when Billy tries to get her attention. But Tina stops in front of Mikey's car, showing off her costume and a Venetian mask on a stick, introducing herself as Tina, Queen of Room Service. She's a French maid.
Yeah.
Got it.
I will say that was one of the points of contention between the director and Mustafa Akkad, because Tina's costume apparently was supposed to be a devil.
Okay.
And Mustafa Akkad said, you can't have who is going to be this character in a devil costume. The audience wouldn't connect with it.
My
The audience would
God.
think that she isn't worth sympathizing with. And so they changed it to this costume, and we see somebody else dressed as a devil later.
I don't even have a comment. I'm just fucking annoyed. Skip past me. Keep going.
But when Tina rushes over to the passenger side window of the car, she finds the door locked. Full of bubbly energy, she asks Michael to open the door. Michael Myers is hesitant to do so, but when Tina tells him that it's cold outside and gives him a playful tease of her body, the door unlocks and Tina lets herself inside.
Michael's like, it can't be this easy.
Yeah.
I can't believe this.
Same name and everything?
Yeah.
But just as the announcer introduces Jamie and Billy to the waiting crowd at the clinic, Tina sits overjoyed that who she thinks is her boyfriend is wearing the mask that she got him earlier. I will say online, this mask is known as the Brute,
Okay.
but originally what the director wanted was a Ronald Reagan mask, but they couldn't obviously clear the whatever necessary rights to do such a thing.
Yeah.
Right. They should have at least played the Rappin' Ronnie Reagan tape.
In the car on the way.
Yeah, and it would have, his essence would still be there.
Yeah, he does say well a lot.
Yeah.
But Tina leans in close, confiding that she just wants him to know that she loves barbaric men. Michael just turns to look at her.
I'd be like, John Paul, those aren't your eye holes.
Yeah.
Well, Mikey always wears those sunglasses. Maybe she didn't know what his fucking eyes look like.
It's nighttime now.
It's like, I have no idea what color your eyes are
Yeah,
even.
could be him. Could not be. Whatever.
But at the clinic, Jamie faces away from the crowd as the announcer describes her costume as that of a princess. But when she starts to walk away, Billy immediately checks on her, holding her by the shoulders.
So is Jamie sensing something, or is she like creating a diversion because she knows they can't beat that moon person?
It's like we didn't see the moon person before the competition, which isn't fair.
Yeah.
Because I wouldn't have filled out all the necessary paperwork to officially enter this annual competition. But meanwhile, in the car, Tina asks Michael if she can get a kiss, and she leans in slowly, kissing the rubber cheek of Michael's mask as his eyes stare widely at her. With no real reaction from him at all, Tina admits that this is creepy. But just as the car speeds away, tires screeching into the evening, Jamie takes several steps backward at the clinic, as if in a trance, before screaming in terror and fainting into Billy's arms. Dr. Hart and Loomis rush up the stairs to console her, while on the street, with Michael and Tina speeding away, the man in black crosses toward Rachel's house carrying a satchel. Exorcist.
Yes. Yeah.
If the angle was a little different.
Absolutely. That's why I'm like, I feel like we're peppering in these nods, which I always love.
Yeah.
And I really appreciate, but the rest of it, though.
But in the car, Tina laments the fact that her boyfriend is giving her the silent treatment again. She ponders what she could have done wrong, asking him if it's because she wanted to see Jamie.
Why? Why would that be a problem?
Why would it be a problem? Because she didn't see Jamie.
Yeah.
It's not like she made him wait. Even so, fuck you, Mikey.
Literally.
Yeah, and him, I don't see him staying quiet for long.
No. And that's the other thing. Maybe, don't be an asshole, because if you are an asshole, you kind of set up situations like this where your girlfriend might think that she's in the car with you. But actually it's a fucking serial killer. I don't know.
That's the number one reason not to be an asshole.
Yes, for this exact specific. But Michael just sits stoic, staring straight through the windshield. As they pass a convenience store, Tina asks him to stop so she can buy a pack of cigarettes. But instead, Michael accelerates, driving past it even faster. When Tina repeats her request, Michael slams on the brakes in the middle of the road, hesitating a moment before reversing the car and parking in front of the convenience store. Tina calls him a psycho before stepping out of the car and walking into the store for her smokes. Michael is playing along way too long.
Yeah.
He's one for pranks, as we've seen.
Right.
But this is really...
But who is this for?
I don't know.
Like, it's going on for too long.
Yeah.
What's your end game?
Yeah.
Because as far as we know, she hasn't complained about where are you going. He's going to the party. And how does he know where to go?
That's the other thing, dude. And another thing as well, if we're to believe that his only real mission is for Jamie...
Yeah.
Jamie's not going to be at the party.
No.
You know that Jamie's not going to be at the party.
Yeah.
Maybe he just didn't want to embarrass her when she lost to that moon person.
So I'll give her some space.
Yeah.
I'll give her some
get that
time.
out of the way first.
But at the pageant, Billy and Patsy hold Jamie, who seems to be coming back to herself a little, as Loomis, Hart, and Cop at Pageant, played by John Richard Platten, crowd over her. Loomis asks if Tina is in danger and where she is. When Jamie struggles to answer, Loomis urges the cop to get Meeker on the line, and he calls into him on the radio. I will say I don't know what this cop is saying at the beginning of his line.
Yeah.
But he ends it with, "What's your 20?" But the subtitles say, "Dr. Meeker, what's your 20?" Meeker's the sheriff? So I'm not sure.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, sure.
But Jamie is able to make out the word store. Loomis asks what kind of store it is to get a better idea of where Tina might be, and Jamie mutters the words, all-nighter. I don't know why that really tickled me. I've never heard a convenience store described that way, especially from a child,
From a little
from
girl.
a 9-year-old child.
I think it's
Yeah.
that.
It's like, we gotta hit on all nighter before we go home.
Also, though, how does Loomis know that she's talking about Tina?
Well, Jamie seems to have a line to just about everyone
Yeah.
because she was talking about Max
Okay.
Yeah.
and Rachel.
No, I get that, but she's trying to stammer out what's going on, and he's like, "Where's Tina?" And it's like,
That's a really good point.
Oh, yeah.
how do you know that this is about Tina?
And the
He's
other,
like, "Well, Rachel's dead."
yeah, which nobody knows.
No,
And nobody, that's a really good question.
right,
What is Loomis not telling us?
right.
He's like, I can also see through his eyes.
Honestly, I'd be like, okay.
Sure. But from Michael's point of view from the car out front, he turns his attention to a drawing of a blonde woman, her large breasts covered by 2 large chocolate chip cookies tied with a ribbon, and the ad beneath it reading, "Giant cookies, a real taste treat." Not tasty. Taste.
Got it.
Loomis asks what they sell in this store.
It's an all-nighter.
And through her remote viewing, Jamie raises her hands out widely to mutter, "Big woman." Loomis is like, a big woman who works there or who frequents this establishment? Or
Jamie's like, "It's the big titty cookie lady."
This frustrates Jamie, who amends her statement to "Cookie woman." And this whole time, fucking Billy's like translating for her, and it's very unnecessary.
Yeah.
It's so unnecessary.
Yeah.
I did not understand that at all.
What did make me laugh, though, is when Loomis hears "Cookie woman," he's absolutely puzzled. But the cop immediately radios in. Bill's gas station, 5th and Main. He's like, I know exactly what you're talking about.
I know those cookies.
Yeah, I know
that big titty cookie.
I know it anywhere. The only thing I can guess is maybe this is on the cop's beat.
Okay.
No pun. No pun intended. But we watch through the window as Tina walks around the store, eventually purchasing her cigarettes from a clerk played by Greg Nicotero.
All right.
But the music pulses tensely as Michael removes his brutish mask and retrieves his familiar villainous visage. But as soon as Tina exits the store, before she can even cross through the parking lot, police sirens wail, and several cruisers head her off at the pass, parking all around her. A voice over the bullhorn blares, "Tina Williams. If you are Tina Williams, stay where you are." The Shape watches from the shadows of the vehicle, nearly every deputy exiting their vehicle to head inside of the store. Deputy Tom stands guard of Tina, and they radio into the clinic where everyone crowds around Jamie, who rests on a gurney.
Now, I do want to say real quick, I know it was nighttime. I could see it was Michael Myers sitting there.
Yes.
Those cops did everything possible to not look that way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
You're 10 feet from this dude.
Yes. And the store is very small.
Yeah.
Send in a couple of cops. And also, this is the guy that you guys blew away 365 days ago. You should
Yeah.
recognize.
Yeah.
It's not as if he's returned to Haddonfield and this is a new batch of police or whatever.
Right.
It's fucking 1 year later.
Yeah.
So, yeah. I agree. And it's clearly.
He's right there.
Yeah. It was funny to me, too, that he had his regular mask just on standby.
Yeah. Like he hid it in the glove compartment.
Yeah, he knew he wasn't going to wear that shit all night.
No,
I think it honestly would have worked better if he didn't switch the mask yet.
Yeah.
for sure.
But Deputy Tom says that Tina appears fine, and she echoes this sentiment, annoyed and confused over the radio. The officers guide her to their cruiser, telling her that she has to go with them to the clinic, and Tina immediately expresses concern for Jamie. But when she remembers that her boyfriend, or so she thinks, drove her here, she turns to where he was parked, only to find nothing there at all. She just mutters, "I don't believe this," as she's helped into the back of the cruiser. When she arrives at the clinic, Loomis stands at the bottom of the staircase, seemingly overjoyed to see her. With a big smile, he goes, "Tina!" It was really sweet. He's had a lot of fucking bad days. I was just happy to see him happy for a second.
True.
But Tina asks if Jamie is okay and what's going on. And as Loomis steps aside, Tina sees that Jamie is sitting on the stairs just behind him. Her small voice says her name, Tina. Tina can't believe it, hugging Jamie and asking her to say it again. And when she does, Tina hugs her even tighter. That was sweet.
It was very sweet, but my note was, and why couldn't this be Rachel?
That's a great, great question.
Yeah.
I think one thing is that it couldn't be Rachel, at least Rachel from Halloween 4.
Mm-hmm.
Because
she wouldn't have left her.
Exactly.
Yeah.
After this.
Fair enough.
But Tina takes Jamie back to her room, and after tucking her in under her covers, Jamie asks her not to go, but Tina says that she has to. She tries to explain to Jamie that she might not understand it now, but when she gets older, there are people she's going to meet who will make her feel connected, like her heart is made of neon. She adds that when you find them, you have to be with them. But Jamie cries that he was with Tina, the boogeyman. Tina agrees that that's one way to describe him, and she kisses Jamie's forehead before heading for the door.
Do you all have amnesia?
Yeah, I don't understand. If you know their past, you're a friend of Rachel's, you're a friend of the family or whatever, what reason do you have to still be like, you're lying, all right, kid, and then just take off? Or, just flat out, oh, you'll be okay. Somebody will come and visit you.
She's like, Mikey likes to do it in the car.
Yeah.
I gotta go, dude. One day you'll understand.
Yeah.
My heart's made of neon. I gotta get out of here.
I gotta get the hell out of
I
here.
gotta plug it back in. I think the only out that I can give Tina is that any time that she's heard of Jamie having some kind of vision, it has panned out to nothing.
Okay, but
because she doesn't know anything about Rachel, anything that happened that maybe she could have heard about from what happened when she thought Michael was chasing her was just a gardener.
Right.
Yeah.
So maybe she's like, it's just unfortunately the remnants of this event last year.
Yeah.
But you still, I don't know about leaving her here. And especially the cold fucking shoulder that you think Mikey was giving you in the car.
Yeah.
And he abandoned you when you were in the store.
Yeah.
And to you,
He's like, it's the fuzz.
Yeah.
We drove away.
He did.
Tokyo drifted out of there.
But Jamie tearfully begs for Tina not to leave, but Tina assures her that she'll be back later tonight and will even sleep in bed with her. Jamie cries for Tina, screaming her name, and Tina just tells her that she'll be back and that she loves her. She passes Billy on her way down the stairs, where she finds Loomis, who suggests that she stay here with Jamie for the night. Tina, her voice shaky, cries for Loomis to stay away from her, telling him that he's really creepy, filling Jamie's head with all that boogeyman crap.
What?
Okay, but then if that's the case, then why don't you stay and protect Jamie from him going in there and bothering her again?
Yeah.
Why do you gotta go out?
Just leaving her alone?
Yeah.
Mikey likes to do it in the car.
Fair enough.
He likes it cramped, all right?
Yeah.
He likes it real uncomfortable.
But it's a convertible.
And, Tina kind of likes it too. Tina enjoys it as well. But Loomis simply replies that he believes Tina is in danger, and so does Jamie. But Tina reminds Loomis that Jamie is a 9-year-old girl. Loomis urges her to be sensible, and Tina snaps right back into character, jovially announcing that she's never sensible if she can help it, as she practically skips down the stairs and out the front door. Loomis pleads with the police on the first floor to stop her, and Deputy Tom cartoonishly asks, "On whose orders?" with Deputy Nick telling Loomis that Tina hasn't done anything wrong.
They are annoying, but they're right.
Yeah, they are.
Loomis, you can't just hold people for no reason.
Well, that is wild. Stop that girl! It's like, why?
Yeah.
I have a feeling that something could happen. But Loomis suggests that they at least follow her, threatening, if that girl dies tonight. And the deputies relent, accepting the task. They join Tina outside, who stands tearful at a pillar on the porch. She chuckles that they're meant to be trailing her for the night, but asks if they can at least give her a ride to the Tower farm. As they walk toward the cruiser, the camera presses in on the window of the front door, where Billy watches from the blinds. But Jamie also watches from her upstairs window as the police cruiser pulls away and down the street, followed closely by a dark convertible. Worry washes over Jamie, and she mutters to herself that she has to help Tina.
Even she could see it was him driving the car.
Yeah.
Yep. And Tina didn't recognize her boyfriend's car.
Yeah.
That's a great, yeah. He's like, no, I don't need a ride. Here he is.
Exactly.
But we cut to the silhouette of the man in black, who still carries his case, but is now walking outside of the Haddonfield Children's Clinic. Inside, Nurse Patsy rushes downstairs to Dr. Loomis, telling him that Jamie isn't in her room, that she's nowhere in sight. A little girl in a pink dress rushes past Loomis wearing a mask, and he seizes her by the shoulders, tearing her mask off. And it is so clearly not Jamie,
No!
Yeah.
nor was it ever.
No.
But just as this happens, with Loomis manhandling a child, Sheriff Meeker arrives on the scene, pushing past hospital staff and asking Loomis what the hell he's doing.
It's a valid question.
Yeah.
That's not even what Jamie was wearing.
No. Loomis throws the mask to the floor, telling the sheriff that Jamie is gone. But we find Jamie walking alone outside, nervous and fearful as she makes her way past some bushes. But out of the bushes jumps Billy, complete with a musical sting, and the two scare the shit out of each other. Jamie tells Billy that she has to find Tina, but when she turns to walk away, Billy shouts that Jamie doesn't even know where Tina is. But he does. The Tower farm.
It is a little weird that they're all inside looking for Jamie, but nobody's outside. They're right on the sidewalk,
Mm-hmm.
and nobody's outside in the front.
She can't have made it far.
No.
And the other thing as well is I guess it does make sense that Billy is not a patient at the clinic because they're like, Jamie's gone.
Yeah.
Just Jamie.
Yeah, that's true.
Either Billy's a ghost or he doesn't go
I
here.
thought that
Oh, shit.
I thought they just hadn't discovered him yet because he kind of, I guess again,
He floats,
it fits.
he's a floater.
Yeah, he just kind of wanders around.
We immediately cut to the Tower farm where a costume party is in full swing, couples dancing and music blaring. Tina mixes and mingles with other partygoers, including a mole man played by Patrick White, who says he really digs her costume. But through the crowd of teens, Tina dances her way next to Sam, who is dressed as the devil, and Spitz, who is rocking a cowboy costume. But when Sam notices her, she asks where Mikey is, and Tina couldn't care less. I will say this farm was a real location that they used in Utah,
Okay.
and they said that they spent most of the shoot time here, and it was about 90 minutes away from where they were staying at the hotel.
Oh, all right.
But as we watch as these scenes unfold, you really see how much of this area they used,
Yeah.
and it's pretty wild.
Okay.
I will say I thought it would have been kind of cool if, and it would have felt more connected,
Mm-hmm.
if the opening of Halloween 4, all the farm equipment and stuff that we saw was this farm.
Oh, that's true.
All right.
So it's just like almost a tease of what's to come.
Yeah.
This is the finale of the next film. You just got to wait.
Okay.
But outside, parked a short distance away from the party in front of a barn, are deputies Tom and Nick in their cruiser. As Tom attempts to pop a pimple on his cheek, earning the confusion of Nick, both officers notice a car suddenly speeding down the street towards the party. It slows down in front of the farmhouse, and we clearly see that it's Michael Myers driving it.
yeah.
Yeah.
He stops, looks at the house, and then keeps going, accompanied by the piano playing a portion of the Halloween theme. After witnessing this, Nick switches on the interior light of the cruiser, asking Tom what he thinks. But Tom just says orders are orders, and when neither of them consider what they saw to be life-threatening, Nick suggests that they play a game of Crazy Eights, whacking a deck of cards against his palm. But the shape has already left the car, creeping around the farmhouse and peering into the window at Sam and Spitz as well as Tina and the Mole Man, who dance together. Inside, Sam suggests to Tina that she and Spitz have an idea, and after whispering this idea into Tina's ear, Tina just laughs and urges the couple to follow her. We return to the game of Crazy Eights and the police cruiser, where Tom is getting his ass kicked so bad that he accuses Nick of cheating. But their game is interrupted when Tina and Sam come bounding out of the house, full of fear and screaming for help. We see the shape stalking after Tina, and as Sam trips and falls onto the ground, the deputies rush out of their cars, running over to the two girls and drawing their weapons. As the shape raises his knife, Tina screams for him to take her, but to spare her friend, adding, "She's a virgin." To which the shape asks, "Got her phone number?" He crumbles into laughter with Tina and Sam, and when he removes his mask, of course, he's revealed to be Spitz.
Okay.
There's a lot here.
Yeah.
There's a lot here. First of all, they could have literally gotten his dumbass killed
Yes.
Yeah.
because I feel like they would have opened fire on him.
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
Secondly, Michael Myers, a year later, is still recognizable enough for him to dress up as him
Mm-hmm.
to go out and play this prank.
But
But that wasn't enough to stop the car in this exact costume
You're right.
that just went by.
it wasn't life-threatening.
I'm honestly just losing steam because I'm getting so fucking sick of this.
No.
This is ridiculous.
And can we also point out, and this is really important, but where the fuck did he get that mask or costume?
Oh, yeah.
Because this idea just came to them just now.
Right.
And it's literally Michael Myers' exact costume.
Yeah.
No, unless Michael is naked in the next scene, I really don't have an answer for you.
I just, look, I know you're just supposed to just enjoy and watch or whatever, but there's some shit if you think about for 2 seconds.
There's a line.
Yeah.
Like, that's wild.
And I get like you're saying, I get the whole thing of the prank, but with the history of everything, all the other movies, again, 3 doesn't count, I guess.
Uh-huh.
But you know what's happened here. I get the prank. It's like, all right, I'm sorry, whatever. But it's like, no, dude, everybody has had a traumatic experience from this dude.
Including Jamie.
Yeah.
And
Like,
that-
you think this is funny?
I
Yeah.
think that's the thing is, like, fuck Tina a little bit.
Yeah.
Because if it is like that, like you're saying, she's best friends with Rachel. She loves Jamie, but she's like, hell yeah, let's play this prank on the guy whose spirit maybe possessed Jamie to stab this
stab
lady
her
who's
foster
made me
mother?
Rice Krispie treats and Tang before.
It's just weird.
Yeah. But Deputy Nick asks if they think that's funny, and Spitz, moments from being killed, agrees that it isn't and that it was just a little Halloween prank. Tom concurs that it's definitely not funny and that someone could easily be dead right now. Spitz puts his arm around Tina, which is odd, I thought,
Yes.
as Nick adds that fortunately, they're lousy cops. Tom nudges him, embarrassed, and we literally get a sound effect like, whomp.
Yeah.
Like, it's like a fucking clown nose I
I
heard.
can't.
Yeah, just stop.
Yeah. It's enough.
Nick apologizes for blowing up their spot and revealing that they're terrible police. But Sam, somehow, has snuck away entirely from the prank and shows off an orange kitten that she found over by the tractors in front of the barn. She runs off, and Tina and Spitz follow. Full of dramatics, Spitz chasing Tina like a would-be victim, both of them screaming, and Spitz laughing maniacally as he turns around to make slashing gestures at the cops. I ran out of breath. That was a
You
long
made
sentence.
it.
Yeah.
But I think I was just so flabbergasted that while the cops are admonishing them, Sam's like, oh, you guys can handle that. But that's so also me coded. It's like, there's a cat over there.
Cat. Exactly. I'm like, as dumb as everybody is in this movie, the kittens would get me.
Yeah. But the trio creeps into the barn, the moonlight pouring in through the slatted wood, and Spitz somehow jump-scaring both the girls despite walking into the barn with them.
Yeah.
I do want to call out the cinematographer very quickly, a guy called Robert Draper. He actually also shot the Tales from the Dark Side movie.
Okay.
Oh.
But I do think that the way that this barn is lit is really, really striking and interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The way that the moonlight is kind of pouring in through the slats of the wood. I just think that there are some sequences that are very well lit in this film, and I do want to give it its flowers for that.
For sure.
Yeah.
But the group walks around together, making their way over to a corner where bales of hay are stacked, and they find a small crate with several kittens inside. Tina and Sam fawn over them, and when one scurries away into an adjacent room in the barn, Tina goes off alone to find it, with Sam and Spitz very eager to stay behind together. I did see on that making of, they had a couple who were the animal trainers for the film.
Yeah.
And I guess that they had a 12-year-old daughter. And whenever the director was with the three of them, he noticed that the 12-year-old was so much better at controlling and directing these cats.
Yeah.
And so he basically hired the couple, but it was really the 12-year-old that was the animal trainer for this film, for the cats at least.
That's really cool.
That's adorable.
But Tina opens the door to the section of the barn where she saw the kitten run, closing it behind her. She calls out to it, but in the dark, we watch as the shape enters the area from the door on the other end of the room. Tina is watched from his point of view as he breathes heavily, but she continues to peer around, looking for the kitten, and through the dark, she seems to notice the moonlight catching the shoulders of the shape as he dips out of sight. But her priority still seems to be the kitten, which I understand, but what did you just see?
Yeah.
The kitten meows before going completely silent. But then, out of nowhere, the kitten pounces in a jump scare onto Tina's hand, growling a bit as she scoops it up. But as she turns to walk away, she hears something moving behind her, and when she turns around, she watches as the shape creeps by in full view. She appears worried for a moment, but is startled out of it when the kitten meows again. She wonders to herself what she's doing, remarking that she hates cats, before returning to the other room in the barn.
What?
I don't even know, dude. I'm just shrugging. That is fucking ridiculous.
You saw him twice.
Yeah.
I don't understand. And if he's so well known enough to do the prank, like you said, I don't know. Does she think that that's just Spitz fucking around?
I don't know how she could because she left them both behind.
Yeah.
And she never even acknowledges it.
Right.
She's like, I gotta get this cat out of here. But upon entering the room and not seeing Sam or Spitz, she calls out to them, setting the kitten down. An adjacent door creaks open, causing Tina to gasp before cautiously creeping towards it. Before she can make her way inside, a mound of hay drops down in front of her, scaring the shit out of her. But Spitz, the culprit, jumps down from the hay bales, laughing his ass off. Sam joins him, and they share a deep kiss as Tina scolds them. But she kindly decides to give the couple a little privacy, letting herself out of the barn and bidding them goodbye. Spitz follows her, closing the door for her, and she tells them to have fun. But Sam puts her back to the hay, playing with the orange kitten that she found earlier. But after a moment of silence in the barn, she calls out to Spitz, wondering where he could be. She jokes that she's not going to try to find him, but we watch as a pair of boots walks across the debris on the floor of the barn without any attempt to be sneaky. Sam heads into the other section of the barn, quite playfully, as a figure lingers behind her. But upon entering this area, Sam grows frustrated with no sign of Spitz and tells him that she's leaving. But when she turns around, she comes face to face with the shape. Assuming it to be Spitz, as he was just sporting this costume, she calls out to him, but he continues to approach her wordlessly until she falls on top of a haystack. The shape continues towards her, raising a knife and bringing it down again and again as she screams. But removing his mask, we learn that it is indeed Spitz, and after his fruitless stabbings of the hay, Sam smacks the hell out of him, telling him that it wasn't funny.
You're doing the dice move too much.
Yeah, that's
it's
enough.
Yeah, it's enough. Plus, again, and I don't know if it's because we visited Friday the 13th Part 3 recently, but this feels like a Friday the 13th movie, this whole section to me.
Yeah, it doesn't really work very well. really at all.
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't know what is happening. I don't know what they're going for.
Yeah.
Because I don't know. I understand in slasher films you don't really get to know people and whatever is whatever.
Mm-hmm.
But I don't give a shit what happens to either of these people.
No,
Right.
I have in my notes, as long as the kittens make it out of this. That's all I care about.
It's like I eat dogs, so
They're going to be fine.
yes.
Yeah. It's just very telegraphed. That's the problem.
Yeah.
Is that you're right. We usually don't know them, but we know their tropes. So we know what characters they're supposed to play. These characters were just like, oh, I don't care about you. Oh, that's not Mike. That's dumbass again.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
You already know what it is. It does take the punch out of it. And you're just not enjoying what's happening here.
But Spitz grabs Sam, holding and kissing her, which seems to calm her down. But outside on the streets of Haddonfield, Jamie and Billy continue on through the night together, hiding behind a telephone pole as a police car drives by, probably in search of 2 missing children, I'd imagine.
Yeah.
But back in the barn, things are getting hot and heavy between Sam and Spitz as they continue making out and starting to undress. Spitz bites at Sam's costume, kissing his way down to her thighs and removing her underwear. But before they can make it sweet, Sam stops him, revealing that she doesn't have any protection. But Spitz pulls out a condom with a smile, and Sam smiles in return. Spitz puts it on, mouthing, "Ow," as he does, which, come on.
This goes on for so long. How long do we have to watch him put the condom on? I was like, how long are we going to be watching this?
It's like a PSA. It's like, well, at least
Don't be silly.
Yeah.
Michael should spare them now, right?
Right. They're being safe.
Yeah. I'll kill someone else. But the couple proceed to make it sweet. Unfortunately, they're not alone, and watching them through the slats of an adjacent part of the barn is Michael Myers, who breathes heavily as he snags a pitchfork from a nearby wall, and the lovers are too busy to notice when Michael creeps in. He raises the pitchfork, driving it through Spitz's back and out of his stomach. Sam screams as blood pours from Spitz's mouth, and he falls over on his side, dead. The Halloween theme plays lowly as Sam cowers against a wall, watching as Michael grabs a scythe. Sam takes it upon herself to pull the pitchfork from her dead boyfriend's back, arming herself with it as she charges for Michael, cursing him. But no match for Michael at all. He just grabs the pitchfork from her, slamming her against a wall, and as Sam screams, Michael decapitates her with one swing of the scythe.
I will say he made short work of them.
He did.
But I was very surprised that she pulled that out and tried to attack him.
Yeah, she said on that making of that she insisted on doing that because he just kills her when she's laying in the hay in the original script. But she wanted Sam to really fight back, and I mean, I like that she does.
Yeah.
She also said too that when like the struggle ensues, she's thrown back against like one of the wooden doors or whatever. A nail went into her arm and she had to get a tetanus shot.
Jesus.
Like she literally was thrown back onto that. I was like, damn.
Yeah.
But I wanted to talk about the like impaling of Spitz.
Mhm.
Okay.
He said that essentially they had him kind of on like an ironing board thing with his torso hanging off of the top of it, his chest hanging off. So he said he has to prop himself up over Sam with his arms. Then he has a fake chest on over his regular chest, and he's balancing on this ironing board. And when they have the tines pop out of the false chest when, you know, he gets stabbed with the pitchfork, the foam inside was so like high quality that it was sucking up all the blood.
Oh, wow.
And so they said that they had to do it in one take. No blood came out. So they set everything back up and did another take, and no blood came out still.
And you don't see it in the film.
No.
Yeah. But they were like, it's fine. Like, let's move on.
I will say that kind of speaks to a little bit of the rush that this film was under.
Yeah.
And the other thing that I did hear in that making of, Don Shanks, I believe, had said that he had grown up on a farm.
Right.
And so he had said that you see a lot of farm equipment used as murder weapons in the film, and I guess that was his idea.
Oh, all right.
Oh.
But in their cruiser, Nick and Tom hear Sam's screams, Nick noting that scream sounded different. Tom jokes that they never did stuff like that when they were kids, and Nick adds that it's because they were normal. So they think that's like a sex noise happening right now?
Yeah, what the fuck? First of all. Secondly, aren't these high schoolers?
Yes.
I was a little surprised that the cops are just sitting here while they're fucking drinking and having sex in the barn and like.
He's like, we're just here to watch Tina.
Yeah.
Orders are orders. Whatever these other kids are going to do, that's up to them.
Right. Well,
that's not our business.
Fuck, they sold them cigarettes.
I mean,
yeah,
that's true. That's true.
But Tom rolls down his window, peering over to the barn with Nick, and watching as Michael slowly creeps out, clutching the pitchfork. Assuming it to be Spitz again, Tom warns him to knock it off, telling him that enough is enough. Nick comments that someone could get hurt with that pitchfork, which Tom repeats, and when Michael doesn't comply, the cops lament this generation's lack of respect for authority, blaming their parents. But Michael approaches the car, turning to face them with his pitchfork. But we're taken immediately back into the farmhouse, the mole man dancing in the center of the crowd, and we cut to an older woman who's uncredited that sits in a nearby rocking chair, clearly unimpressed with the goings-on. But the mole man finds Tina sitting on the couch, asking if she'll join him in the spring. Tina comments that he just wants to see her naked, and the mole man doesn't deny this. But he just implores her to ditch Mike and go with him and the rest of the gang. But Tina doesn't want to leave Sam and Spitz. I just want to say I don't know who this older woman is.
Yeah.
I don't know if she owns the house and just lets people party here. Does she, like, have the farmhouse parties at her place?
I don't know.
Yeah.
It's never established. Nobody ever talks to her.
No.
I don't know if this is a cameo. I don't know if this is the director's mother or something. Like, I don't know anything about that.
Yeah, I don't know.
But we watch as all of the partygoers pile out of the house and into their cars, including the mole man. But Tina heads straight for the barn instead. We then cut to Jamie and Billy, who are making their way through a barrier to enter a field heading toward the Tower farm. But we return to Tina, who creeps cautiously into the barn, calling out to her friends. I do want to say, Jamie, none of what happened registered at all.
Yes.
For any kind of psychic ability to see through Michael's eyes. Because we know, he just killed 4 people.
Yeah.
Right.
And Jamie's like, I think it's over here, Bill. It's like,
I had the exact same thought. I was like, she's not feeling any of this. No warging, no nothing.
Yeah, because, I mean, she would.
Maybe it's only for people and dogs she loves. I don't understand. But after Tina calls out to them, noting the silence, she just jokes that Sam and Spitz might not be doing it right. And after they don't respond again, she just asks if they want to go skinny dipping with her. After remarking that they might already be naked, Tina makes her way over to where she last saw the pair before her exit. But upon entering that section of the barn, Tina is troubled when she finds the orange kitten, unharmed, but covered in blood. She picks it up and looks it over worriedly, her fear growing sharper when she discovers the bloody scythe resting on the barn floor. But when she backs into the hay bales, the bodies of Sam and Spitz come tumbling down on top of her. Tina screams as she climbs to her feet, rushing out of the barn and calling for help, only to watch the last of the partygoers speed away. Tina then remembers her police escort, and she rushes over to alert the deputies. But as soon as she reaches their vehicle and opens the door, she finds deputies Tom and Nick dead inside, punctured wounds pierced through their throats. She backs away trembling and turns to run away, but stops when she discovers Mike's car parked in front of the farmhouse, and we see the shape is sitting in the driver's seat.
But wouldn't she have had to pass by them to get into the barn that they went into earlier?
Oh, you're right.
It's like, well, they're sleeping. I'll bother them later. Nearby, Jamie and Billy continue down a path through the fields, Jamie calling out for Tina, and Tina looks over to them, but the headlights of the car suddenly switch on, and Michael drives straight for Tina, who runs away, hopping over a small wooden fence, But Michael just plows through it in pursuit as Jamie screams for Michael to leave Tina alone. Tina stops in the center of a field, as does Michael, catching Jamie, Billy, and Tina in his headlights. Jamie screams for Tina to get out of the way of the car, and Michael takes it upon himself to start chasing after the children instead. He puts his foot on the gas, speeding after Billy after Jamie evades him, leaving Tina behind to scream, "Billy!" even though her mouth absolutely says, "Jamie!"
Yeah.
Billy stops, waving his arms at the car as Michael heads right for him. It's a terrible idea. He's like, maybe he doesn't realize that he's chasing a child.
Yeah.
Sir?
Well, he hasn't seen his eyes.
That is,
Yeah.
oh, that's pure evil.
Yeah.
It's like, oh, shit.
But Billy eventually dives out of the way mere seconds before being hit. Michael then sets his sights on Jamie, plowing through overgrown plants to pursue his niece. Tina checks in on Billy, who is gasping for air in shock, but she tells him that she'll be right back.
I was like,
Damn.
I also was confused though because it looked like Billy got hurt is how he's laying there, but I'm like I even rewound it. I was like he definitely jumped.
Yeah.
He looks a little injured later, but I don't really know what happens here.
I don't understand.
But she rushes off to help Jamie instead. Take a salt tablet, he'll be fine.
Yeah.
But as the Halloween theme plays, Tina runs through the fog-filled field as Michael pursues Jamie in Mike's car, chasing her through trees, turning recklessly until one wrong turn forces him to collide headfirst into a tree. The car explodes in a ball of fire, the sound of the horn blaring into the night.
What the fuck?
Michael didn't even know the dynamite was inside of him all along.
I thought she threw that at him or something.
It's a lot.
I will say one thing that they had mentioned on that making of is that whenever they were doing this stunt, Don Shanks is the stunt man and he's driving around this entire area and he's the one that does drive into the tree. But after the car exploded, the director, I don't know if they were just in awe of everything working the way they wanted to, but it took him a long time to say cut. And so Don Shanks is just sitting behind the wheel of this burning car until the director finally yells cut and he steps out.
What the fuck?
He's like, finally my chance to kill Don Shanks.
So it's been a real elaborate scheme.
They also talked about the fact that they had outlined a pathway for Danielle Harris to run through, and Don Shanks is really driving with this mask on, and he was literally chasing her with the car, like literally chasing the. I struggled to wrap my mind around the fact that they did it like this.
Mm-hmm.
And Danielle Harris said that she had food poisoning, and so in between the takes, she was just throwing up. And then they're like, all right, now
Yeah.
run from the car, barreling down on you.
They talked about it on commentary that they used very limited stunt performers.
Yeah.
And so in this scene, she would point out and she'd be like, oh, there's the stunt performer. Oh, that's me. That's me. That, like, it's her for most of it. A child.
Yeah, a little girl. Yeah.
That's a crazy thing. I understand there's getting the shot, but this is pretty dangerous.
Yeah.
Yeah. And when he's chasing Tina, Don Shanks had said that she, on one take, tripped over her cape and fell.
Yeah.
And he almost ran her over. He said he stopped like right on top of her.
That's crazy.
The director's like, back to one.
Yeah. Get up.
That's
We got to explode Don later.
Yeah.
It's really important that we explode Don.
And now we've created a vendetta.
Yeah, I know. But after collecting herself, Jamie calls out to Tina, relief washing over her as she watches smoke billow from the fire under the car's hood. But her relief is ripped away from her when the horn suddenly goes silent and Michael steps out of the car, his pale white mask carved out of the darkness. This is another really good shot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He slowly approaches Jamie, knife in hand somehow.
Yeah, okay.
As she tries to crawl away from him on the ground. But just as he reaches her and raises the knife, Tina appears out of nowhere, calling out to Jamie as she grabs Michael's wrist and attempts to keep the knife at bay. She orders Jamie to run, but as Jamie reaches her feet, all she can do is scream as she watches Michael bring the knife down into Tina's chest. A bloodied Billy returns as well, pulling Jamie away as Tina drops to the ground, weakly repeating her order for Jamie to run. Jamie cries out for Tina as Billy whisks her away to safety, and the pair of children attempt to hide beneath the branches of a nearby tree. But we watch as a shadow slinks after them in the darkness, creeping around the tree. But as he reaches for them, we see that it's Dr. Loomis. So again, imagine if Tina was Rachel who stayed.
Yeah.
This at least gives her the entire film to have some kind of development.
Right.
Yeah.
And then she eventually sacrifices herself for Jamie.
Yeah.
I feel like that's a much more rewarding arc
Yeah.
than introducing us to this brand new character who is not Rachel
No.
and giving her this moment of heroism, which is good.
Yeah.
Right.
But it just, I don't know. There's just something about it that most of it just doesn't work for me.
But she didn't
Yeah.
even want to sit with her in her room at the clinic.
Yeah.
No.
So, I mean, I don't know.
I think it is those little moments like that we don't get any kind of connection, and the nice moments we have, they're so small, they don't really hold any weight to them.
Yeah.
But Loomis guides the children to the trees and over to a line of police cars waiting on the other side of the forest. Loomis calls out to Meeker, who stands in front of the headlights, alerting him that he found the children. As they return to the police cruisers and Meeker sends his deputies to fan out to find Tina, Meeker picks up a sobbing Jamie, assuring her that everything is going to be all right. Both children are placed in the back of an ambulance, and with solemn stabs of synth, a pair of deputies walk by, carrying Tina's bloody and lifeless body on a gurney. They walk right past Jamie, who sobs her friend's name.
No, not into the kindergarten. I'm like, you need to do this. Do you need to do this right next to her?
No.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry, but they found her really quick to get her onto a gurney by
That's
the time we
true.
get back to the ambulance.
Yeah.
That's
And
true.
be like, no, Jamie needs to see this. But what's really fucked up to me is that after they walk right past Jamie with Tina's body and Meeker goes to call in for reinforcements, Loomis takes this opportunity to reapproach Jamie and ask her, now are you willing to help me?
I can't. This man should not be around children, I
Yeah.
think.
It is very strange to have the kids, or to make them appear like they're very standoffish to help. Like, I don't understand why that's kind of how Loomis is coming towards this.
And Loomis earlier is making it almost like she's protecting Michael,
No, he literally said that.
which doesn't make any sense either.
No.
But Jamie asks if Loomis can kill Michael, and he believes that he can. Meeker reapproaches, telling Loomis to wait a minute, but Loomis counters that there isn't a minute to wait. As red and blue lights flash around them and the children are tended to by paramedics, Jamie asks Loomis what he wants her to do. For some reason, we cut abruptly to Loomis just walking away.
He's sick of this.
Yeah.
And frankly, so am I.
And we watch as all the emergency vehicles drive away. So conceivably, I guess he told them the plan, but we weren't privy to that.
Right.
Left alone, Loomis walks towards his car, calling out into the forest. Michael, it will destroy you too one day. As his voice echoes through the trees, Loomis warns of this rage that drives Michael, asking if he thinks that if he kills them all, it will go away, because it won't. He suggests for Michael to fight this rage in the place it is its strongest, where it all began. Through the trees, the shape appears, silhouetted in the hazy dark. And Loomis says that if Michael wants to get rid of this rage, he needs to go home. He urges Michael to go to his house, promising that he'll be there waiting for Michael, and that Michael will find her waiting for him, too.
On that making of, they talked about the fact that Donald Pleasance was only available here to film for like a week.
Oh, wow.
He had issues with his visa. I guess it had expired, and they had to get the head of the Utah Film Commission to help.
Wow.
Yeah, so they got him there for like a week.
Yeah.
It was cute because Danielle Harris said that he had this gigantic trailer. It had a bed, like it was huge. And the trailer that she was in, it was 3 rooms, one for her, one for the actor that played Billy, and one that they used for school. So she was just in awe of his trailer. And when he finished up and left, they were going to get rid of it because he wasn't there anymore. He made them keep it and said to give it to Danielle Harris because with him gone, she's the star.
That's so sweet.
Yeah.
And she talked about how much it meant to her. I mean, I'm sure it did. Like, that's fucking cool.
Yeah.
But I wanted to talk about this scene because Don Shanks said that he had already finished shooting for the day and he was in, I guess, his trailer or his room.
Mm-hmm.
And Donald Pleasance was filming this part where he's kind of talking to Michael while he's in the trees. Don Shanks said that he went and knocked on his door and was like, I know that you're done for the day. He goes, can you please just go stand out in the trees? I don't even need to see you. I just want to know that you're out there.
And you better do it.
Yeah.
He was like, yeah, no, of course. Yeah. But how cool is that?
Yeah.
But we return to the Myers house. Somber piano playing in the score as we find Jamie in the upstairs window, brushing her hair while seated at the vanity in front of a lantern, a sight very familiar to Michael indeed. Deputy Charlie, played by Troy Evans, stands guard at the door with a shotgun, and Loomis waits at the bottom of the stairs with his pistol in hand.
So Troy Evans, I remember him from a part of Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas from 98.
Oh, wow.
But he was also in Ace Ventura in 94, The Frighteners in 96, and Phenomena in 96 as well.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Well, he's one of those people that you can recognize.
Uh-huh.
He does have a very familiar face. But I'm just floored at how bad of an idea this is.
Yes. Oh, yeah.
The staging of her brushing her, like, it's too much. All I was thinking was, you're going to regret it. You're going to regret it. I'm like, this is just a really bad fucking idea.
Yeah.
But outside, Meeker checks in on a sniper played by John Gilbert, who assures the sheriff that they can't be spotted from the street. Meeker takes his position, radioing in to his deputies to ensure that they're out of sight, before calling in to Loomis and inside units, requesting a report every 5 minutes. The 2 troopers upstairs, played by Don Ray Sampson and Frank Koenig, acknowledge the order, but Loomis comments that Meeker may not be able to be seen, but he can absolutely be heard. Meeker tells Loomis to relax, reminding him that this is his operation, but he suggests that they all keep it down with the radio chatter.
He's like, not for real.
Yeah, he's right. But upstairs, Charlie jokes that he and Jamie are the only ones keeping their cool. Jamie silently shushes him, which Charlie agrees is a good idea, but he suggests that they practice their signals. He hides, but when Jamie knocks 3 times on the vanity, Charlie springs out of the shadows with his gun drawn. He promises her that if she does that good and loud, he'll be out in a flash. He then offers sweetly to Jamie, "You're one brave little girl," before dipping out of sight.
And she is.
Yeah.
But suddenly, Jamie begins to shudder, reaching her hands in front of her and muttering, "Billy," over and over. Charlie returns from his hiding place, approaching Jamie as he calls out to Dr. Loomis. And when Loomis enters the room and hears Jamie calling out to Billy, he radios in to Meeker that Michael is at the clinic. Meeker and a few deputies rush over to a nearby cruiser outside, where they find Deputy Eddie, played by Fenton Quinn, sitting behind the wheel. Eddie, or at least whoever they cast to poorly do ADR for Eddie, tells Meeker that they just got a distress call from the clinic, and they haven't been able to reach the 4 men that they have stationed out there. Meeker radios in for all mobile units to proceed immediately to the clinic, and Loomis watches from the porch as they mobilize. After learning that it's only Loomis, Jamie, and Deputy Charlie left in the house, Meeker radios in to Loomis, suggesting that he take Jamie to the police station and commenting that she'll be much safer there. Loomis understands, but as soon as a dozen police cars with their sirens chirping and lights flashing, along with a SWAT truck, all vacate the premises with Meeker, Loomis tosses his radio into the bushes and he heads back inside the Myers house. Standing in the open doorway, Loomis calls out into the night, "Now you'll come, won't you, Michael?" And he walks deeper into the house, leaving the front door open. This wasn't part of the deal.
Yeah.
No.
But upstairs, Charlie suggests that Jamie's work is done for the night and offers to give her a ride back to the station with Deputy Eddie. But as they walk towards the door, they're headed off at the pass by Loomis, who quickly enters the room, shutting the door and locking it behind him. I don't know how Loomis has the key to Judith Meyer's room.
Yeah, what the fuck?
Don't look too close.
Okay.
Just get past it.
But Charlie demands to know what the hell Loomis is doing, and Loomis simply states that Jamie isn't going anywhere. Charlie threatens that Loomis has 5 seconds to give up the key, but they're interrupted by a call on the radio from Deputy Eddie. We cut to the street outside, where a police car swerves wildly as it approaches the house, and Eddie says that he'll check it out. As the car parks behind Eddie with its lights flashing, Eddie calls in a code 2, assuming it to be one of theirs, naturally, but he's interrupted when the car crashes into his cruiser from behind. Charlie continues attempting to call into Eddie on the radio, but outside, Michael steps out of his stolen police car, punching a hole in Eddie's window, bloodying his face and grabbing him by the hair. Eddie, continuing to press the button because we hear him upstairs through Charlie's radio,
Yes.
groans in pain. But Michael beats him to death.
Well, he keeps calling him. It's like, dude, you hear what's happening.
Yes.
And poor Jamie is listening to all of this.
Yes.
It's like, stop. She can't take anymore.
Loomis, Jamie, and Charlie listen in horror until Eddie's cries cease. Charlie says that they need to call Meeker, but before he can, Loomis snatches the radio from him and smashes it against the wall.
Loomis.
Yeah.
Charlie advances on Loomis, cursing him and calling him crazy, but before he can rain blows down upon him, Loomis draws his pistol, pointing it directly into Charlie's face. As Jamie sits at the vanity, unable to catch her breath from fear, or possibly Michael-related visions,
Right.
Loomis plainly tells Charlie that Michael Myers is outside and orders him to stay inside with Jamie. I will say, when he has the gun pointed at Charlie and he's like, the gun is on his face.
Yeah.
And he's like, Charlie, Charlie. It's like, you're turning into a villain.
Yeah.
It feels like it.
That's some villainous behavior.
You're breaking, man.
Yes. But he asks Charlie, please. And Charlie backs away from Loomis's pistol and back over to Jamie, soothing her and telling her not to worry as Loomis makes his exit. But Charlie bars the door, making sure that no one can get inside. We then cut to Michael's point of view, momentarily, as he slowly approaches the house and steps through the opened front door. When we return to Judith's former bedroom, Charlie tells Jamie that they have to get out of here, and he rushes her toward the window with his shotgun in hand. But accompanied by soft piano keys, Loomis makes his way downstairs, stopping for a second on the landing, only to mutter, "You've come back to us, Michael." Behind Loomis, Michael stands in the shadows of a doorframe, raising his knife, and somehow having already made it up the stairs. He would have had to have passed Loomis.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But Loomis continues down into what's left of the living room, and he turns to face Michael with some distance between them, even though it seemed like Loomis didn't know he was there. But
Yes, it did.
But he tells Michael that he knows why he came back. It's so the little girl can stop the rage inside. Loomis approaches Michael, promising that Jamie knows how to do it. But when Michael turns his head to look upstairs, Loomis lies that Jamie is down in the middle of the old house. Michael's house. Standing right in front of him, Loomis offers to take Michael to Jamie, asking if he remembers when he used to be better. Michael slowly lowers the knife as Loomis promises that Jamie will take the rage away. He asks Michael to let Jamie live, and he slowly reaches for the knife as Michael looks down, appearing docile. He assures Michael that he doesn't need the knife anymore, but before he can reach it, Michael grips the knife tighter, slashing Loomis across the gut and smashing his head into a nearby window as he screams. I'm sorry. This shift is so abrupt and it just cracked me up. I felt bad because Loomis seemed to think that he was actually getting somewhere.
Yeah.
No, he did.
But then when he gets slashed and he gets thrown into the window, he's just like, ah! Like, just screaming.
Well, it's very funny.
It's really
It's
funny.
hilarious. And it's hilarious that he, of all people, thought that this was just going to work.
Yeah, he's like, I'll just take the knife away from him. It'll be fine.
They did say on that making of, Don Shanks said that Donald Pleasance wanted to do as many of his own stunts as they would let him. And so his head crashing through this window, you see his face.
Yeah.
It's really him.
Yeah.
It is.
And there's something that happens in a minute that he was like, I'll do it. And they're like, no.
And I'm glad that they...
Yeah. But I thought that was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. Because he then tosses Loomis through the railing of the stairs and onto the first floor.
It was that.
As Loomis lies there, gasping and bleeding downstairs, Charlie puts his plan into action upstairs, smashing through the window with the butt of his shotgun. He attempts to attach a rope to the base of the window for them to climb down, but the base just snaps off completely. Michael, however, slowly makes his way up the stairs as tense music sounds in the score. Upstairs, Charlie is able to secure the rope to a nearby heater, and as he tosses the other end of the rope out the window, readying Jamie for her climb down by placing her onto his back, Michael pierces his knife through the door, punching through the thin wooden barrier between them. Charlie sets Jamie down before aiming his revolver at Michael. He fires several times, missing the first few shots, but finally nails Michael in the chest, causing him to fall away from the door. Assuming it all to be over, Charlie returns his attention to Jamie and the window, but this is when Michael decides to Kool-Aid Man through the door. He rushes for Charlie, seizing him and stabbing him repeatedly. And Jamie uses this as her chance to run, and she climbs through the remnants of the door, rushing through the hall. But inside the room, Michael forces Charlie's head through the knotted rope, tossing him out the window and hanging him. But it is an absolute frenzy at Haddonfield Children's Clinic. Officers and staff fill the front porch, dozens rushing around as Meeker calls for an evacuation of the building. When a gurney is wheeled past Meeker, who stands outside frantic on the radio, he turns toward it to lift the sheet, and underneath, we see what appears to be Dr. Hart's dead body laying supine with his neck bent at an unnatural angle. Meeker grabs the shoulder of a nearby deputy, telling him that when everyone is out, he wants a sweep of the building and the grounds. So according to Don Shanks, in the script, there was a scene that was supposed to be here of Michael returning to the clinic.
Okay.
And I guess he was looking for Jamie, and when he couldn't find her, it's a rampage.
Yeah.
Oh.
He kills Dr. Hart. I think he kills Nurse Patsy. But we don't see any of that, and we're just kind of seeing the aftermath of Michael clearly having been here.
Yeah.
But in the context of the film, the last person we saw here was the man in black.
That's true.
Yeah, that is true.
So I don't really,
Huh.
Yeah. But Michael would have had to have been here because he stole that police cruiser.
Right.
Yeah.
But back at the Myers house, Jamie has made her way down into the living room, closing and locking all the surrounding doors. She has the keys now. I don't know how detailed Loomis's plan was, if he was like, and Meeker can get in touch with the city planner who has, I don't know, like who has all the shit for the Myers house. He seemed to just walk in without anything
Right.
earlier, and so that would make a lot more sense. But the fact that they got keys and shit, it's like, again, I know I'm looking too much into it and whatever.
No, it's a lot. It's a lot.
But when Michael approaches one of these doors, attempting to force his way through, Jamie searches desperately for a way out. After being unable to open one of the windows, Jamie discovers the laundry chute, and with great effort, she opens it up and forces her way into the hatch. She hangs on for dear life on the other side of the door, begging God not to let Michael get her. But Michael finally breaks through the door, and in no time at all, his attention is drawn to the laundry chute door. He wrenches it open, peering down inside, and the second he spots Jamie, his filthy hands reach for her, forcing her to drop down, crash landing at the bottom, which you remember Loomis locked earlier.
Yeah.
Michael creeps downstairs into the basement, breathing heavily in point-of-view shots, his boots crunching over the debris on the uneven floor. He then finds the door to the laundry chute, and he tries to tear it off with his bare hands, but is unable to force it open. As Jamie screams inside the chute and attempts to climb up to safety, Michael makes use of his knife, wrenching the door off completely before reaching in blindly for Jamie. When this fails, Jamie attempts to catch her breath, but her relief is short-lived as Michael's knife pierces through the side of the chute, puncturing her leg. She screams as Michael continues stabbing through the metal again and again, coming up empty every time, but on one of the attempts, Jamie uses the knife as a step to reach higher, allowing her to gain purchase on the top of the chute and to pull herself up to Michael's chagrin. So something else I did hear on that making of that was wild is there were basically, I don't want to say no safety precautions during this sequence, but Don Shanks is really stabbing a knife into this laundry chute.
What?
That Danielle Harris is really hanging inside of herself.
Oh my God.
Yeah, no harness, right?
No, yeah, she's really hanging there.
What the fuck?
That is fucking appalling. Like, that is insane.
And they're basically like, well, you stay here. I'm going to stab the shit out of this.
Don't move now.
Sweetie.
What the fuck?
Raise your legs, honey. I'm stabbing the shit out of this thing. It's unbelievable. And one thing I do want to point out, when she does climb out of the laundry chute, we see that her leg has been stabbed.
Yeah.
And you see blood pouring from it. I guess there was a shot that was in the film where you see the knife puncture her leg.
Yeah.
And the MPAA was like, fuck no.
Because it's a child?
Yeah. And so I think that from some sources, I can't confirm because I only read it in one source, they almost got an X rating for that shot.
Wow.
Really?
And then had to remove it and got the R rating.
Huh.
But as a cavalry of police cars speed towards the Myers place from the Haddonfield Children's Clinic, Jamie pulls herself to her feet in the living room. Unable to find a way out, she fearfully ascends the stairs to the second floor and then into the attic. She looks around, filled with confusion when she finds the entire space lit by the orange glow of burning candles.
What's going on this side?
I will say I did hear as well the house that they used, this house in Utah.
Yeah.
They used the entire space, and the only two sets that they built that they actually shot on a studio were the attic that we are in right now, and then the interior of the laundry chute.
Oh, wow.
Oh, okay.
But that's it.
That's cool.
Yeah.
But as Jamie attempts to take it all in, she accidentally backs into something hanging from the rafters. When she turns around, she discovers that it's the body of Max, strung up with rope. Max is clearly dead.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they added a barking noise to the sound design here
Well, it's just to remind you.
of memories of his
Yeah.
bark.
We see him.
He was barking
we
a
don't
lot
need
in the
that.
front half of this.
They were like, I don't think people will read this as dogs, so we're going to go ahead
It's like,
and...
oh, it's Max.
But she backs away, only to stumble into the hanging body of Mikey, secured by chains. She screams, but as soon as she turns to run back downstairs, she discovers the body of Rachel, resting lifelessly in a chair, the wound at her chest staining her white sweater.
Is this like for Jamie?
I assume so, yeah.
Does she even know who Mikey is?
He's a new one.
Yeah.
She knew the rest.
I was wondering, I was like, what are you saving them for?
You know, it would have been better, honestly, because honestly, fuck Mikey. Who even knows this dude?
Exactly.
Like you're saying, maybe the cops don't find Tina's body in the forest.
Yes.
Okay.
Because Michael
Or
was
even-
with her.
Or
Oh,
even
yeah.
Sam.
Yeah.
Like, Mikey makes no fucking sense. It
Yeah.
should have been Tina, but ridiculous.
And I will say this is very reminiscent of what Michael does in the original Halloween, this kind of house of horrors that he sets up for Laurie.
Yeah.
But at the same time, the thing about that was the fact that Michael killed people in that house.
Yeah.
And so the people that he had there, it's not as if like just thinking about him transporting all of these people from Rachel's house because look, Max was alive whenever Tina was there. So, but
no, he went back.
Yeah.
he went back.
He doubled back.
So
Yeah.
you're telling me, because the only way that this makes sense is if Tina, and again, I know I'm doing too much, but whenever Tina gets home to get changed for the party to wait for Mikey, she doesn't check on Max at all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because the next time Michael's there, he's picking her up. There's no way he snuck out of the car to go kill Max. throw him in the trunk
He
or
had to
whatever.
hurry.
Yeah.
Like, but this is too much, Michael.
That it really is. For what?
I don't know. And where was Rachel? Did he already put... Because somebody else was here doing stuff too,
Yeah.
as we'll learn. So it was pretty fucking busy. And why was the man in black here earlier?
I have no idea.
yeah.
With Loomis. Did he do all this?
I have no idea.
But as Michael slowly ascends the staircase, Jamie asks Rachel to help her, which is very fucking sad.
Yes.
But resting on a bathtub in the center of the attic is a small coffin which rests open. And you remember Loomis said
Yes.
it was stolen. And also there's a picture of a little girl inside, which is like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
So it's a lot.
But Jamie climbs inside, lying on her back, and Michael approaches her with deliberate steps. But as he raises the knife above his head, Jamie blurts out, "Uncle? Boogeyman?" Michael breathes heavily, lowering the knife. And when Jamie asks to see his face, Michael slowly reaches his hand for his mask. He removes it, his face still hidden in shadows. But Jamie sits up to look at Michael, and as he stands there, seemingly docile, Jamie tells him, "You're just like me." A tear rolls down Michael's cheek as somber music plays, but when Jamie reaches up to wipe it away, Michael recoils violently, pulling the mask back onto his face and charging for Jamie. He stabs at the coffin, causing it to fall off of its precarious place on top of the bathtub, and Jamie is able to evade him, running downstairs as he continues his attack.
What the hell
I don't know.
was this?
I don't know.
You're just like me. I don't know if that means human,
Yeah.
because he's become this boogeyman, like a monster for the town.
Right.
And to see that he is just a man, maybe that
Yeah.
is a little surprising.
Right.
But I mean, I don't know. I really don't know what's going on here.
Yeah.
Nope.
I will say that the director said many times on commentary that part of what he wanted to do was to humanize Michael Myers with this film. And so you give him a scene where he's with his niece, they connect, he cries. I guess that's what he wanted.
Okay.
I think that on paper, there could have been a way to make that work.
Yeah.
But the story that's being told in the film that we got, it does not have that weight. It just doesn't.
No, it doesn't even feel like that. I can't even get to there to this. I get it, but even that, it's still very dark. And then the way that he reacts, it's like, oh, if you were human for a second or you remembered who you were for a tiny bit, you recoiling like that is like, oh no, you're just going to kill me.
Yeah.
I don't understand any way really to try to make this work.
Yeah.
Because I'm trying to think if it were more with Jamie becoming more like Michael Myers,
Yeah.
maybe this could be her way back to herself.
Yeah.
Okay.
If she sees him take off his mask and sees that he's just a human, a mortal person,
Right.
she's like, "You're just like me." And maybe, I don't know, maybe there's a moment of connection there that she can come back from, I don't know, but it would have to be that she had done more shit than what she did in the first film.
Yeah.
Or the fourth film, excuse me.
Right.
So I don't know. There's really just nothing about this that works. But downstairs, Jamie runs right into the arms of a bloody and beaten Dr. Loomis, who holds her close to him. Loomis peers up the staircase as Michael rounds the corner, freezing at the top of the steps. And this is great Michael Myers acting because this is the exact posture that he takes in the first Halloween.
Okay.
but he didn't
Exactly.
study it.
Yeah.
So I don't know about all that. But clutching Jamie, Loomis cries out to Michael, "You want her? Here she is." Jamie cries as Loomis picks her up, holding her in front of him and urging Michael to come get her. Loomis uses her as bait, and Michael follows them with his knife raised into a nearby room. Loomis suggests that they play a little game, and if Michael can get the little girl, he'll be home safe. Michael continues forward as Loomis puts his back to a wall and pulls a rope. Suddenly, a net made of chains falls down onto Michael, trapping him. Loomis snags a rifle leaning against the wall and fires 2 tranquilizer darts into Michael's abdomen through the chains. As the Halloween theme plays, Michael wrestles against the chains and Loomis fires 2 more darts into him. But Michael continues to advance, tearing the rifle away from Loomis. Unarmed, Loomis grabs a wooden board from a nearby window, tearing it free and beating the shit out of Michael with it as he screams, "Die, Michael! Die!" Michael finally is rendered unconscious, but Loomis's attack suddenly grows weaker, and when he goes to raise the board one last time, he struggles to breathe and just collapses on top of Michael, lying motionless with his eyes opened.
Gunshots, explosions.
Yes.
All that we needed to do was get a fucking metal net,
Weigh him down.
Yeah.
weigh him down, and have an old man whoop his ass with a piece of wood.
Yeah.
That's what subdues this beast.
And 4 tranquilizers.
And 4
Yeah.
tranquilizers, and the added sounds of the 2x4 hitting Michael Myers. I was laughing out loud. This is, I was like, are you pulling my dick, bro?
This
is the craziest shit I've ever seen.
It's like, did Jamie pass out and she's dreaming this?
Yeah.
Literally.
Because it feels like a cartoon.
Very much. It's the chain net. It's what it is.
It is. There was no saving it after that chain net came down.
So
It lost me at that.
Yeah.
the only thing that I can surmise, because there's no fucking way that Sheriff Meeker okayed this.
Yeah. No shit.
I don't think anyway, but this had to have been done, I guess, when Loomis came to the Myers house earlier.
So Loomis presumably rigged this up on his own.
Well, that's the only thing I can think, because he threw away the radio as if he was going into business for himself.
Yeah, he did.
So it's like I don't understand. I don't understand. And he beats the shit out of him for a good 5 minutes.
He's
Yeah.
got, this is years, dude, of
That is true.
hostility.
That is true. I another thing I will say on commentary, and it's clear, at least from what it appears to be, this was meant to be the death of Dr. Samuel Loomis. He is supposed to die right here.
Oh. I can see that. Kind of like a poetic ending of them both, you know.
Yes.
Yeah.
Like Captain Ahab.
Right.
Okay.
Another thing I will say that I did hear in commentary, I heard 2 conflicting stories, and I tend to believe the person that it happened to. But Don Shanks broke his nose during the production of this film. He says it was during this scene when Loomis was hitting him with the board.
Oh,
wow.
shit.
Because one side was gimmicked and the other side was thicker. And so Loomis, Donald Pleasance is really swinging this thing. And so he'll switch sides every now and then.
Yeah. He does.
As he's wanting
Yeah.
So one of the times he struck him and hit him right in the nose. But according to the director on the commentary, he says that Don Shanks broke his own nose whenever he was toppling over the coffin in the attic.
Okay.
And Danielle Harris was like, I thought it was when Donald Pleasance was hitting him with the board. And the director goes, no. I'm like, I'm pretty sure the man who had the broken nose.
Yeah.
He probably knows where he got it from.
Yeah. But the sirens of Meeker and his men sound, and lights flash through the windows outside of the Myers house as Jamie sits sobbing on the windowsill. But we cut immediately to Michael Myers kneeling on the floor of a holding cell, chained up, staring at a wall, and still allowed to keep his mask. Outside the bars, Meeker, flanked by a few deputies, tells Jamie, who stands in front of them wearing Meeker's jacket, that the National Guard will transport Michael to a maximum security facility where he'll stay until the day he dies. Jamie simply replies, "He'll never die." Meeker stares in at Michael for a moment before ordering his deputies to take Jamie back to the clinic. I will say this is a little bit of a reference to what he had said earlier to Loomis when he was like, every time that girl twitches, you expect me to call the National Guard.
Yeah.
And now here we are.
Yeah.
He's calling the National Guard. But outside the police department, as officers say their goodbyes for the evening and argue about their schedules, a cigarette is dropped onto the street and a steel-toed boot crushes it. The camera rises and we watch the man in black, still clutching his case, walking towards the back entrance of the building. But out front, Jamie is ushered into a police cruiser by a cop played by Tom Jacobson. She sits in the passenger seat, reeling from another horrible Halloween night, and the cop reaches a soothing hand to her. But before he can make contact, an explosion rings out from inside the police station. Through an orange glow of fire and surrounded and silhouetted in smoke, the man in black opens fire on the officers, who attempt to return fire but are no match for his artillery. The officer tells Jamie to stay in the car and rushes inside. When all falls silent, Jamie disobeys the cop's order and creeps cautiously toward the station. Once inside, she enters a hallway leading to the cells and discovers a massacre. The bodies of deputies litter the area, and as Jamie passes blood-stained walls, stepping over corpses and debris from the explosion, she finds herself standing in front of the ruined and burning cell that once held her uncle. Peering now into its emptiness, with Michael Myers nowhere in sight, Jamie crumbles into tears. We cut to black and the credits roll. So, what did you guys think of Halloween 5, The Revenge of Michael Myers?
The movie was, I know we gave it a hard time, and there is a couple of good things in the movie, there's here and there.
Mm-hmm. Mostly here.
Yeah. You got it.
Yeah.
But it is more just confusing than anything. It does feel very, I don't know what story you're trying to tell or what we're trying to get out of any of this. I don't know why any of this is happening. It's very strange. Having the man in black there just makes more questions. Him lighting up the fucking police station to save Michael Myers was like, what?
Yeah.
Like, what does this mean? What is happening now? They're a duo. Now what? Like, I just don't, I'm not fully understanding what the point of this movie was. I like silly, but I don't feel like there was silly in this for me to be like, oh no, this is a great B horror movie. No. That's not what this is. For me anyway, I just couldn't get with it.
No, I totally agree because I've heard, this one's bad, this one's bad. I went in with a completely open mind. I do enjoy a good, bad horror movie. Mm-hmm. I do. I know objectively that the House of Wax remake is not good. I had a fucking blast.
Yeah.
Like, this just did not deliver for me, even as so bad it's good. Even as finding moments of ridiculousness to laugh at or enjoy. It just didn't. I did find moments to laugh at, and I did enjoy laughing at them.
Yeah.
But when the credits roll, I just feel like, what the fuck was that even? Why?
The reappearance of the man in black as this figure to rescue Michael really is just confounding.
And that's another thing. I'll be completely honest. The man in black thing was so tacked on. When he comes back at the end, I was like, oh yeah. Like, I literally was not even thinking about this dude. And I think not having a plan for what we're doing moving forward, that ending is appalling.
Mm-hmm.
And to think people waited 6 years to figure out what happened next.
Ooh. I can't. I can't believe that.
I agree with both of you. It's very difficult whenever, I know we all try to find things to latch onto with films that we really, really were like, hey, well, at least this was good.
Right.
And there are a few things here that actually are pretty good. Alan Howarth's score.
Yeah.
Donald Pleasance and Danielle Harris.
Of course.
Really, the majority of the performances, if not most or all of them.
Yeah.
It's just the characterization, the plot and the storytelling. And dude, I'm sorry, but as a writer, it's really, really fucked up to do something like this and be like, well, that's not my problem.
Yeah.
That's for someone else to handle. That's wild.
Yeah.
To be like, yeah, we'll set it up, but you guys got to knock them down.
That's not cool.
No.
Not at all.
And to have no plan for the Man in Black and to take 6 years to figure out what you were even trying to do is unbelievable to me. But I think that this film it's a tough one. It's a real tough one. And I think the majority of that stems from the highs of the end of Halloween 4.
Yeah.
Because, I mean, what you set us up with, that ending is fantastic enough to be the end of the franchise if you wanted it to be.
Yeah.
And so it's like, hey, if we're going to continue this, then you got to bring it.
Yeah.
You got to do something that is to that level, or at least continues it in a way that is respectful to how cool that was.
Right.
And then in the first 15 minutes, you're like, hey, remember all that? No.
Yeah,
we're
just
good.
kidding.
So it's just, I don't know. It's really, really wild to me. And it reeks of exactly what they said. We rushed this.
Yeah.
A lot of writers had a hand in it, and you can feel the remnants of each of their screenplays in it.
Yeah.
I don't really understand what they were going for. And the ending, as you said, dude, is wild to end that way and like a cliffhanger. I understand 4 was a cliffhanger.
Right.
I understand the original from 78 is a cliffhanger.
Right.
But god damn, man.
Yeah.
It's not
wild.
the same thing.
No. Well, we've never seen anybody come to his aid.
Right.
No.
Especially with firearms.
Yeah. That's also very strange to me.
More explosions.
Yes.
I don't understand what that was. I feel like it's just a very, very confused film.
Mm-hmm.
And oddly, I understand the pitch from the director changed when they brought new writers on and everything.
Yeah.
But it's not even what he pitched to Mustafa Akkad regarding the tone or the feel of it.
Not at all.
So it's like, I don't know, if we're trying to return back to what we were doing in 78,
Yeah.
this is not even close. And it adds this strange supernatural element that is sometimes on, sometimes off.
Yeah.
Like Jamie not paying any attention when Sam and Spitz are killed.
Yeah.
Or deputies Tom and Nick.
Yeah.
That.
She's just like walking through a field or something. But I mean, I don't know. It's just very, very odd. It's a very peculiar entry into this franchise. And I understand why it's so controversial and why so many people don't like it. I understand as well the power of nostalgia. And I see that there is a lot here that is worth watching again or enjoying for fans of the franchise, and especially people who watch this at a certain age.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah.
Or a lot of times it's the person who showed it to you too.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But I guess we can slide into ratings.
Yeah.
I always feel like partially bad for being harsh on films or kind of being nitpicky.
Yeah.
But I feel like the thing about this film is there are so many things about it that is just like, if you think for a second about this particular element, it kind of undoes everything around it.
Yeah.
The even something as small as Spitz's Halloween prank with Sam and Tina, none of it makes any sense. And it isn't worth the moment that we're given. So it's not like, well, I'll forgive it because that was really fucking cool.
Yeah.
Or I'll forgive it because that was really funny and really awesome. For me, it wasn't.
Not at all.
And so it's hard to be like, well, at least we got that moment,
Yeah.
So, I mean, I don't know, man. It's tough, but I gotta be honest.
Yeah.
And especially for someone like me who loves Halloween 78 just beyond.
Right.
It's really difficult to be like, it's like, look at how they massacred my boy. That's how I feel.
Yeah, he's already dead.
Yes. But on the positive side, aside from all the positives I said a second ago, I think that some of the shots are really cool in this film.
Mm-hmm.
I think some of the ways that they use lighting and the way that they light Michael Myers, having him kind of peer in and out of the shadows, having him become the shape like he was in 4 and like he was in 2 and like he was in the original.
Yeah.
There are some threads here that you're like, this is the same character. He's still doing his thing. Same thing with Dr. Loomis. He's turned up to 11.
Yeah.
He has one mission and one mission alone. They're getting these characters right. Even if it is really fucking difficult to watch Dr. Loomis use a child as bait.
Yeah.
And scream in a child's face.
Yeah.
Rip the mask off of a child.
But you're like, this is the next step, the evolution of Loomis after what happened in 1 and 2 and 4.
Yeah.
So you're like, hey, sure. But what they did with Rachel is just wild.
Yeah.
It's unforgivable from a narrative standpoint and from a character standpoint if you're trying to build an arc.
Yeah.
Like, it's just so strange. It just doesn't make any sense. And I think that's the thing for me, is that a lot of it is, for me, disappointing, but a lot of it is just like, why would you choose that?
It's a lot of that.
Like, it's so surprising to me. And Michael with the hermit who nursed him back to health for a year.
I forgot about that.
And then he beats him to death or chokes him or he smashes him with a giant stone, whatever.
We don't know.
I just don't understand. But there are those positives, and there is something very comfortable about returning to Haddonfield.
Yeah.
There are things about this franchise that will just always be comfortable, even in my opinion, lesser entries of it.
Yeah.
Right.
So, I mean, I look forward to Halloween 6, which I do not really remember anything from at all.
Mm-hmm.
But I also do not know how the hell they're going to stick that landing.
Yeah.
But, and I gotta be me, man. The score is pretty low. And I say this with love because I know that a lot of people really do love this film. A lot of people probably have it as like a Halloween tradition to watch maybe just the Thorn trilogy.
Yeah.
And I love that for you. I think that for me, it's just aside from 4, I think it's probably my least favorite part of the franchise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But out of 10 horrifying homecomings, I am going to give Halloween 5, The Revenge of Michael Myers, 4 horrifying homecomings out of 10. I almost forgot.
Did you struggle?
Yeah. It's difficult because you see Halloween, you love so much about it, and then you just see what they did with this film, and to me, it just does not work.
Yeah.
I'm not a fan. I don't like it.
Yeah.
But I will now open up the floor to you.
No, man, I agree with that. And I'll even say someone like I said, I respect the franchise and I get it. You know what I mean? And I know that Mike's got a lot of love, but this was, for me, as far as what I've seen, this was probably at the bottom. It was very confusing. Learning about the stories really shines through in the movie.
Yeah.
Like, if you know that stuff, watching it, it's like, oh, that's why that's weird. Oh, that's why that doesn't work. Oh, that's why that doesn't feel like this should be here. There's so much in this that is just plain confusing, and I don't understand, like you were saying, why did you make that decision? Or why are you saying that? Or why are you pretending like that didn't happen? Or you're just doing stuff to go, like, your better judgment, what's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Why are you doing that? Or why are you saying that? Or why are you... It's just so weird. Again, yes, Jamie, the character, did exactly what they were supposed to do. Loomis, of course, we love Loomis. He was a little aggressive sometimes when he didn't need to be. But yeah, everybody does do what they're supposed to do. It just feels like the teens, they got put into this box. The trope, you need to follow this, and that's just what it is. Oh, thinking? No, fuck that. Just do what you're told. Mm-hmm. Oh, rational thoughts? No. You got to be over here. It's really weird, the direction they were given. So it did take me out of a lot of it. And the ending, was pretty like, you did what? Like, what is this, an old Western? What the fuck is this?
I don't know.
Yeah, but I mean, there is cool shots. There is ideas that are like, okay, that's cool. But yeah, for me, it didn't work. And it is right now the lowest Halloween movie I've seen. I don't know. Like you said, 6. I didn't even know these existed.
Right.
So when we get into it, I mean, we'll see. But as of right now, this is the bottom of the barrel for me. But I will say all that to go into my rating. So on a scale from 1 to 10, horrifying homecomings, I'm also going to give Halloween 5 a 4. There was no revenge. There was no, like, I don't...
The Man in Black? Really?
I got, yeah, he saved the day for Mike.
Yeah.
So I don't... There was no revenge.
Yeah, I feel like you guys summed it all up. I feel like for every positive that I had for this story, they undercut it with something. Like I said, my favorite parts of 4 were Rachel and the ending. They took both of those away.
Mm-hmm.
You have this new character step up for... I don't understand why Tina couldn't be... that whole part is very confusing to me. Even Billy and Jamie's little friendship was cute. But is Billy still laying in that field waiting for somebody to come back for him?
Oh, yeah.
Like, I'm like...
Well, he scooped Jamie away and must have gone back to the clinic, but we don't see him again.
Yeah.
So we don't know what happened, where Billy is post that clinic massacre.
Yeah.
Which is kind of wild.
Yeah.
And the director did say, and so did the actor, that Billy was supposed to be at the Myers house at the end. And for some reason, he wasn't. They don't really know why. He just wasn't called to set.
That's what I'm saying. It feels like we started several things that had no legs, like there was no substance. I could go on. For me, it is just plot holes galore. And not even like in a fun way. You know what I mean? This for me is the bottom of the list as far as Halloween. I am giving a little bit of room in my rating because I don't know what 6 has in store, and then we can adjust accordingly. But like I said at the beginning, Donald Pleasance clocks in, Danielle Harris clocks in. Of course they do, you know? There are positives, but they're just so overshadowed by the negatives.
Yeah.
I just don't understand what we were going for. And introducing this concept of this Man in Black and whatever the fuck he represents, for it to really ultimately, in the context of this film, mean nothing, but be the ending.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. It's kind of nonsensical. It's just not my favorite. It's in fact my least favorite. So I'll just sum it up. On a scale from 1 to 10, horrifying homecomings, I also gave Halloween 5, The Revenge of Michael Myers, 4 out of 10. Again, what revenge was had, I don't know. Yeah. You might could help me out with that one. But I don't have high hopes for 6, but I hope that if it's ridiculous, it leans into the ridiculousness because that's fun.
Yeah.
This,
not so much.
Not so much.
Well, that's all from us at Pod Mortem. What would you rate Halloween 5, The Revenge of Michael Myers, and what should we watch next? Let us know on Twitter at the Pod Mortem. Don't forget to follow us on Instagram and like our Stairhole Productions page on Facebook. Be sure to follow each of us on Twitter at TravisMWH, at Blood and Smoke, and at RealStreeter84. Thanks again to Original Cinematic for sponsoring this week's episode. Please consider pledging to our Patreon, where you'll gain access to bonus content, our monthly schedule, our Discord server, and the opportunity to help us decide which films to cover. Stay tuned until after the music for a special thank you to our Wendigo Getter patrons. And remember, though outside influences can seem overwhelming at times, know that you hold the power to shape who you truly are. Until next time. Thank you for staying tuned. We want to give a very special thank you to all of our Wendigo Getter patrons.
Woo! Yeah.
Very good. A special thank you to Chris Ontiveros, Kristen Lofton, Megan Martinez, Kimberly Bass, Sophie Hodson, Anthony Jerome M., Jordan Nash, Kent Morton, Lala Thomas, Travis and Nisa Hunter, Miguel Myers ATX, Jennifer Perez, Allison O'Neill, Carissa, TJ and Angie Bronson, Gabrielle Trevino, Spooky Mom, Appelin Ontiveros, Karima Rhodes, Antonio Huerta, Kimberly Kleindienst, Will Brown, Sydney Smith, Osvaldo Soto, Bobby Holmes, Donna Eason, JD Rizak, Molly Gerhart, Armand Spasto, Aaron Aguirre, Eggy, William Barry, Brittany Seaman, Charity Oxner, Amanda Six, Mandy Rainwater, Jordan Roberts, Dylan, Liz Heath, Spencer Montalvo, Pancake the Panda, John Ramos, Michael Newting, Alexis Roberts, Dan Laveau, Itzy M, Gary Horton, Leisha Olivier, Kate Lamp, Carlos and Sydney, Jessica Hunter, Helena Rudder, Alan Johnston, Mariah, Livy Fun, Scott Troutman Wise, Towton Watson, Mozzie Bear, Brittany G, Dave Burke, Adrian Stakes, Daniel McGinnis, Emma Hagel-Kissinger, Valerie G, Emiliana, Brian Glass, CB, Taylor Santana, Will Lewison, Angelique, Smelly Poo Poo Head, Beth Bauer, Cookie, Esperanza J, Jason Kyle OKC, Joshua Rumley, Danielle Peralta, Brandon, Sawyer Reese Farr,
Sahara, Girl That's Scary, Cassandra, Andrea Simmons, Ashley Higuera, William and Xxena Rush, Ryan Brom, Megan Ochoa, Laura Lassiter, Eileen O, Marissa E, Sydney, Henry F, Megan M, Strangely Sarah, Christy Beck, Nancy and Andy, Amanda Lopez, Andy Terrell, Jason Hanovan, Katie K, Erica Morin, Cameron S, Nicole Stewart, Tris Wynn, K.87, Mariah Jensen, Carrie A, Lonnie Lono, Powell, Kayla E, Maggie H, Murder Stina, No Thanks Tom Hanks, Kevin McGonigal, Kristen Marcy, Ori 81 Boricua, Look Like That One Girl, Bog Boy, Felnez 63, Alita Pui, Probably My Jugs, Kate Thackeray, Wade Pack, A Lizard, Bay J, Jay Rich, Jen Lassiter, Topher Williams, Elena Metler, Jean Jacket, Valerie K, Christy Lee Kruger, Professor of Humanities, Laura McCarricker, Naomi, Josh Smith, Autumn Green, Abby Kopp, Crystal 831, Skank Sinatra, Morgan Alexander, Tony Osteen, Julie Fredborg, Rihanna S, Daniel Taylor, Anna Kate, Heather Ortiz, Jen T, Kim H, August, Vincent Spirit,
Sam J. Green, Jenny May, Glittery Fab, Malik Caselli Armstrong, Scarly D, Toya Shea, Katie, Martin Shaw, Star, Tyler J, Daniel Dickerson, Cam Davies, Patrick Hoagland, Raven, D, Wesley Tart, Kristen Jackson, Jacob Nordberg, Spencer, Samantha, Damian Grant, Half Price Horror, Clemmy, Nisi Nay, Erica, Jason X Rules, Karen Burrows, 203 Duncan, Aaron Norman, Stephen Rogers, Victoria Smith, Corey Gillen, Patricia A. Graham, Erasmo Pena, Danielle Wright, Tabitha Thomas, Connie Lingus, Becca Boo, Richard Murray, Irene, Sally Slater 52, Jordan McCarthy, Christy Michelle Wilson, Rosalind Harnias, Emily Rance, Amy, Lisa and Kathy, Mike H., Karen with the Y, Christian Sadler, Hannah, Sarah Jack, Casey L., Evelyn Knight, Paula Garcia, and Nikki M. Thank you so much.
Yes, thank you all.
Thank you all. We appreciate you so much, and we hope that you know that your support hits us right in our Haddon feels.
Aww.
Yeah.
That's adorable. Until next time.